Chapter 900. A group of saints have been chopped up by Chu Feng just like that. Their blood splashed outside the great abyss, leaving behind some broken bones with traces of blood. Not a single one was left, as they had all been killed. If one were to talk about who felt it the most, it would be none other than the three saints of the quasi-immortal race. Even though the three of them were super saints who had survived since ancient times, their hair stood on end, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. This was too cruel and terrifying. This little demon, Chu Feng, had slaughtered 19 saints as if he were chopping cabbages. Some of the saints were from the same generation as the three saints of the quasi-immortal race. They had known each other since they were young, fought, competed, and worked together. They could be considered old friends, but now they had all died in front of their eyes. The heads and faces of the three saints were covered in corpse blood, but now they didn't make a sound. They simply didn't dare to say anything disrespectful or deliberately target them. These three old grandsons are so honest. Why didn't they protest? They didn't say anything about desecrating their saint might. Look, their heads are drenched in dog blood, and their bodies are covered in it. How embarrassing. Ouyang Feng spoke sarcastically. He really didn't care about the quasi-immortal race's face at all. He and a group of great demons from Kunlun could naturally see clearly who had come to save them, and who had come perfunctorily and clumsily to put on a show. The corpse race, deity race, and other orthodoxies were gnashing their teeth in anger. The saints of their race had died, and their blood splashed in the great abyss. How had it become dog blood? The quasi-immortal race was also dissatisfied. The three saints were being looked down upon by Jun Tuo's son. He was truly young and frivolous. Everyone was speechless. They really wanted to say that even a dragon had a coil up now, and even a primordial ferocious tiger had a nest. Who would dare challenge the great demon, Chu, who was in high spirits from killing? The three saints of the quasi-immortal race wouldn't dare to do so if they lost their heads. In every corner of the universe, people felt a chill in their bones at the same time as they were shocked. A group of saints had died. This was a super major event that shocked the starry skies. It would be recorded in the history of evolution and would leave a thick mark on it. In this battle, the second Saint Wu Luanhui, who was also the great demon Chu Feng, massacred 19 saints with a single hand. It was too universally shocking. When will there be an end to revenge? I really don't want to kill, but this group of old bastards forced me to this step, so I had no choice but to make a move. It's a pity that my hard-earned reputation, the supremely righteous Lin Hui, king, originally didn't want to see blood, but now I have no choice but to make a move to kill the enemy, kill again and again. Chu Feng kept sighing and shaking his head with a helpless look on his face. Mother Asterisker, I really want to go to the great abyss and kill that demon Chu Feng. He's too pretentious. You've slaughtered so many saints and done such a thing that will shock the universe. And yet you're still pretending to be a white lotus. The Shilin clan and the corpse race were in an uproar. After the saint of their race had died, this demon whose hands were stained with blood was still acting like a big-tailed wolf. How vexing and hateful. They let out a long sigh in vain because they were helpless because whoever went would die. So at this time, I'm also calm. I'm Chu Feng. Chu Feng said this directly this time, making everyone dumbfounded. Many people wanted to say, you don't want to admit it, and we know it too. Why you still have to look so solemn? Only the quasi-immortal race was shaken. They knew that Chu Feng was making it clear that he was severing ties with them and would never visit them as Wu Luanhui again. In reality, the three saints of the scene felt it even more deeply. They clearly felt a bone-piercing chill from Chu Feng's body, and he almost wanted to kill them. But in the end, Chu Feng didn't make a move. No matter what, this was Ying Xiaoxiao's elder. Back then, he had a good relationship with the three siblings. Moreover, Ying Zhexian had passed on the yin-yang divine technique to him, and his experience in the foreign land was still fresh in his mind. Fortunately, the three saints didn't make a move and restrain themselves. Otherwise, Chu Feng wouldn't show any mercy and kill them all. In a flash, the other races also knew about Chu Feng's recent situation. He was estranged from the quasi-mortal race and couldn't return to how it was before. Now, I'll say it again in the name of Chu Feng. Originally, I wholeheartedly wanted to do good, but you guys forced me to do so. That's why I had no choice but to commit murder here and stain my hands with blood. It's too regretful. It's rare for everyone to show such kindness and say that I'm honest and kind. Unfortunately, this group of old scoundrels forced me to break the golden body of benevolence and have no choice but to kill. Life really isn't going according to plan. It's as lonely as snow. Chu Feng looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. He was pretending to be a big-tailed wolf here, which made the powerful races that were hostile to him gnash their teeth in hatred. Countless people wanted to stomp their feet and really hoped that they could use their souls to trample on his face and rub against him. The three saints of the quasi-mortal race understood that Chu Feng had firmed his conviction and was also telling the three of them that he originally wanted to walk another life path. He was also Wuluan Hui and would have a close relationship with the quasi-mortal race. But now, there was no Wuluan Hui in this world. The three saints' faces alternated between green and white because their interference and performance made Chu Feng's heart turn cold. He made up his mind to pull away from the quasi-immortal race. "Brother, what are you going to do next? Do you want to do something big?" shouted the big black yak in the distance. Chu Feng replied, "That's right. I'm going to kill all those who are hostile to us and have specially chased us to the great abyss. They've been taking pleasure in my misfortune and saying that they want to watch me die. Don't leave a single one alive." No, someone almost went limp from fright and shouted, "Divine King Chu, don't misunderstand. We're just passing by to get vinegar. You continue with your work. We'll get lost immediately and leave this place." Chu Feng's expression was cold and emotionless as he said, "Kill." After that, he moved and charged forward. He was already familiar with the breathing techniques and auras of the various races, especially these aristocratic family descendants who had come to watch the battle and wanted to witness his death, the ones who had previously mocked and ridiculed him. The clan insignia on their sleeves was very obvious. These people would never have thought that, in the end, it would actually be Chu Feng who turned the tables. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called their friends and said that they wanted to watch Chu Feng die and come here. And some people had even shouted that they wanted to hunt down the big black yak, the Manchurian tiger, the old donkey, and the others. They wanted to kill them all and come here to exterminate the elites of this generation of Earth. At this moment, it was a tragedy for them. Chu Feng personally took action. He swooped forward and turned into a beam of flowing light. Many people were already deathly pale when the saints were completely annihilated. At this moment, they were scared out of their wits. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape in advance, but it was as if they had sunk into a swamp. Even if they were far enough from the great abyss, their movements were still extremely slow. It was in this split second that the purple bamboo in Chu Feng's hand shot out. 14 core descendants from different races exploded. There was no suspense under the might of a quasi-saint. At the same time, the yellow cattle also took action because it also knew the robbery induction breathing technique and could move freely. Back then, it was the one who had brought Chu Feng into the sect and taught him this technique, changing his life. "Brother, isn't this too much? Leave them here," the big black yak shouted. He grinned continuously as he watched the corpse, spirit, and deity races' direct descendants die tragically. This ox had sympathy and was pleading for those core descendants. The people were astonished. "Leave them here. When the time comes to sell them, they'll all be core descendants at a sky-high price." The big black yak spoke once again to remind Chu Feng. Some people were so angry that their noses almost became crooked. Just now, they thought he was overflowing with sympathy, but in the end, he actually had such a plan. He was reminding Chu Feng to sell people. "There's no need to leave any captives. Next, I plan to personally visit the corpse race, Shilling clan, and other places to demand an explanation. There's no need to use their disciples to threaten and extort these orthodoxies. I'll just visit them myself." Chu Feng spoke calmly, but the confidence and coldness in his words could be felt by all evolvers. Demon King Chu was going to rule over every part of the universe and settle accounts with those races, especially when they thought of how he had already killed 19 saints in this battle. The high-end combat power of each race had almost been emptied, and this was the time when they were at their weakest. Shilling Clan, are you traders ready? I'm coming. Corpse Race, today I, Chu Feng, will personally visit your race. Wash your necks clean and wait for me to settle old debts with you. Deity Race, today I'll personally visit your tribe. Chu Feng challenged the world. At this moment, some of the races were offering sacrifices. Since the old saint of their race had been killed by Chu Feng outside the abyss, some people could no longer sit still. They summoned the most mysterious and terrifying power in their race. Immortal and indestructible mechanical Vajra ancestor, please resurrect and return. Our race is facing a great calamity. Please kill the little demon Chu Feng outside the abyss. Who is it? Light the soul lamp I've left in the race. Don't use it unless it's a moment of life and death. A rumbling sound came from a certain ancient metal mine in the universe. There really was someone responding. A certain ancestor of the mechanical Vajra ancestor had experienced too many years. Even his most powerful metal body had rusted. The long years could cut through everything, especially the soul. He wanted to find the mother gold and smelted this ultimate metal. He wanted to fuse it with his body and recover his vitality once again. For this reason, he even divided his body into 4 or 5 parts and hid them in different large mines in the universe. Chu Feng, a little demon. He once killed the last saint of our mechanical race. Now the situation is critical, and he threatens to come and wipe out our race. Clearly, this ancestor of the mechanical race knew about the matters in the primal chaos universe. He understood that the saints of the race had all run to that universe. However, he was still furious and said, "What a joke. Is a quasi-saint worth me attacking? Ancestor, please make a decision. Revive and kill this demon. Otherwise, we won't be able to change anything even if our blood boils. If that's the case, I really need to make a trip." This ancestor of the mechanical race replied. At the same time, a group of people in the corpse race were also offering sacrifices and starting some kind of special ceremony. Supreme Corpse Ancestor, are you still there? Are you still alive? There's a great calamity in the race. All the saints have been annihilated, and a great calamity has descended. Corpse Ancestor, please revive and reappear in the world. The corpse race used a blood sacrifice to communicate with a piece of black netherworld soil on the corpse star. They wanted to invite a supreme existence out. I am still here. Who disturbed my slumber? A soul lamp that was originally extinguished automatically lit up in the corpse race. It flickered indefinitely as a voice transmitted from it. Even the powerful deity race, quasi-saint race, Tao race, and Damring Pure Land didn't have any heaven illuminators left behind. However, the mechanical race and the corpse race had such ancestors who hadn't left the Yin Realm universe and were still intimidating them. Of course, this was also related to their state. Regardless of whether it was the mechanical Vajra or the corpse ancestor, they had lived for too long. Their bodies had already decayed, and half of their bodies had rotted away. Part of their soul light had also collapsed. This was the corrosion of time. They couldn't fight for a long time and couldn't travel far. Immortal and indestructible mechanical Vajra ancestor, please kill Chu Feng and eliminate this scourge. He killed the saints of our race and wants to exterminate our race. This is intolerable. Corpse Ancestor, please come into being and kill the demon Chu Feng. He's a descendant of the ancient earth. Back then, our race had killed many saints on this planet. The Corpse Ancestor had even participated in the battle and encircled and annihilated their 2 heaven illuminators. On this day, boundless energy surged out from the mechanical race and the corpse race. After that, everyone saw a large metal hand whose fingernails were several times larger than the sun shatter the void of the universe. It crossed over and descended toward the abyss. The purpose of that large hand was obvious. It was going to slap Chu Feng. No, the people from mechanical race were shocked and terrified. That was the abyss, and there was also a white-clothed woman with her back to the world. She was too mysterious, and they were worried that an accident would happen. They hadn't expected that the mechanical Vajra ancestor would have such a violent temper. After asking for the coordinates, he released a portion of his body that had been suppressed in some ancient mine back then and blasted it over here. The people from the mechanical race were all terrified. They hadn't clearly explained what had happened in the abyss. Everyone in the vicinity of the abyss was trembling. Many people knelt down with a thud. They simply couldn't bear this kind of pressure and were simply about to explode. After that, everyone saw a large metal hand shatter the void and appear in the outer region of the abyss. Not to mention other evolvers, even saints couldn't bear it. Their skin was dripping with blood, and their entire bodies were trembling. This was the result of being suppressed. Some people at the scene immediately exploded. The descent of this large hand was simply heavenly might, as though it was going to destroy the world. Whoosh whoosh, yellow cattle, black yak, and the others decisively rushed into the demon race's cauldron and hid. As expected, some people in this area exploded. Under the vast energy fluctuations, their bodies and souls were annihilated. A remnant of a small ancient earth wants to defy the heavens. The mechanical Vajra ancestor was cold and emotionless as the large metal hand came crashing down. Chu Feng was infuriated on the spot. There were indeed heaven illuminators in this cosmos. He directly grabbed the innate calabash. So what if she was a heaven illuminator? He didn't believe that this strange substance that could kill hundreds of gods couldn't get rid of this old Vajra ancestor. At this time, the woman in the abyss suddenly stretched out a snow-white, sparkling, and translucent hand. In a split second, it became large and faced the sky. With a bang, she actually grabbed that large metal hand and pulled it into the abyss with a buzz. One had to know that the knuckles of that large metal hand were many times larger than the sun. It was boundlessly terrifying. This woman had succeeded easily. Moreover, she was exerting force. The mechanical Vajra ancestor's metal hand was emitting a cracking sound as cracks appeared from her grip. Chapter 901. Everyone was stupefied. That white-clothed lady originally had her back facing the outside of the abyss and was quiet and motionless. But now, she suddenly made a move. She didn't touch Chu Feng, but directly grabbed the mechanical Vajra's large metal hand. Who would dare to kill a heaven illuminator expert? The mechanical Vajra's name shook this part of the universe. His prestige had been passed down for countless years, but now, he had been grabbed by someone. This scene was so terrifying. The delicate, white, and lustrous fingers were extremely slender and looked very perfect. At this moment, they stretched out of the abyss and covered the world, suppressing everything in an instant. Ancestor, the immortal and indestructible mechanical Vajra ancestor. The machine race was anxious and shouted at the top of their lungs. But what use was it even if they were at the scene, let alone in the depths of the universe? The mechanical Vajra's main body opened its eyes in a certain ancient mine in the universe. Its metal body was mottled with rust, and only a scarlet metal near its heart was emitting a scorching red light like a burning sun. This was his greatest harvest. He had found mother gold in this huge mine floating in the universe, absorbed its essence, and fused it into his heart, providing him with terrifying energy. Even the hidden injuries in his soul had healed quite a bit. It's not that easy to take away one of my hands, he growled. He couldn't give up because the machine race was a very special life form. They were formed from metal, and their bodies grew and evolved by absorbing metal essence continuously. At his level, the metal essence contained in one palm was simply unimaginable. A heaven illuminator would need to consume an astronomical amount of rare metals to form a new hand. Rumble. Another large metal hand stretched out near the abyss and broke through the void. Distance was nothing to the apex creatures of this universe. Even if they were separated by the sea of stars and the brilliant starry sky, they could still kill in an instant. Chi. In the abyss, that lady raised her hand again. A slender, jade-like hand struck out and blocked the mechanical Vajra's palm that was larger than many planets put together. She immediately exerted force. "I'm coming." Everywhere in the universe trembled violently and fluctuated without end. In some splendid evolutionary civilization star systems, the figure of the mechanical Vajra appeared above the memorial tablets on the altars of many evolutionary races. It was suffocating. He stood on a large star with a majestic aura and a cold metallic luster. He was suppressing the heavens. The so-called heaven illuminators were revered by all the races in the realm universe. The top 100 experts would be enshrined on a divine altar and revered by all races. Once they were enraged, delighted, and unleashed their power, they would appear on the altars everywhere, and thus illuminate the entire universe. Heavens, the mechanical Vajra, has revived. One of the 100 celestial bodies floating above our clan's altar has been lit up, illuminating all directions. Its aura is like a rainbow, about to tear apart the blue dome of heaven. At this moment, not to mention the vicinity of the abyss, there were even evolvers at the remote edge of the universe crying out in alarm. They were all very shocked to see a heaven illuminator come into being. Outside the abyss, the mechanical Vajra's true body had arrived. It had been divided into 8 parts and had rushed over from all over the universe. Together with the head in this dark region, they formed a tall and terrifying metal life form that could suppress the sea of stars. Bang! That kind of aura was like the breach of the cosmic sea's dike, and supreme energy surged violently. One could see that the planets outside the abyss were very small compared to his body. For example, when he opened his eyes, his golden pupils were comparable to many stars. Not only did they surpass stars in terms of radiance, but their volume and energy also far surpassed stars. His entire body was mainly made of bright silver metal, accompanied by green metal patterns. It was shiny and gave people a powerful metallic feeling, cold and terrifying. However, everyone could see that there were many mottled rust marks on his metal body. Some parts had really decayed, and that was an irresistible trend. It was as if time had forcefully chopped him with a knife. At this moment, because the white-clothed lady was no longer circulating that special breathing technique, the rhythm stopped and everyone could move. They frantically contacted the outside world, opened the super wormhole, and began to flee for millions of miles. Even the yellow cattle, the big black yak, and the old donkey hid in the demon ancestral cauldron and ran away. At the same time, there were still some people who couldn't escape in time. They didn't suffer any attacks, but they exploded in this area and turned into clouds of bloody mist. Some of them were experts at the perfect golden body realm, and some were evolvers at the transformation realm. But in front of the mechanical Vajra, they were so lowly like dust. It could be said that they were insignificant. They didn't suffer any attacks, but they were blasted apart by the impact of this kind of aura. Many planetary remains floated outside the big abyss. After careful comparison, they felt that it was rather terrifying. These star remains were even smaller than the mechanical Vajra's earlobes. This kind of terrifying metal life form was too terrifying. Come back. In reality, the mechanical Vajra had already made his move after arriving here. He was secretly competing with each other in order to seize back that hand of his. He really couldn't lose a part of his body. Otherwise, he would age faster and his life would wither away. After every part of his body returned, he was peerlessly powerful. The aura of a heaven illuminator hid the sky and the earth as it engulfed this part of the universe. Chu Feng had long since escaped far away. He shouted for a heaven-piercing express delivery and was transported outside the big abyss. However, he didn't go far and watch the battle nearby. He had a feeling that even if the mechanical Vajra personally came, he might not necessarily be able to forcefully seize back that hand. He most likely wouldn't be able to change anything. As expected, after that slender white hand blasted out from the big abyss, it struck the mechanical Vajra's other hand and sent it flying. Sparks flew in all directions, and illuminated the dark edge of the big abyss. Kill! The mechanical Vajra was startled and furious. His main body had come, but he was still forced to retreat. In addition, he felt the state of the hand that had been seized. It was cracking and disintegrating. It was quite terrifying. Crack! A glaring radiance erupted and illuminated the central region of the big abyss. Everyone saw that the white-clothed lady had crushed the metal hand and grabbed a small, bright, silver piece of metal from within. That was the mother gold. It rapidly shrank and fell into the lady's palm. The mechanical Vajra was furious. That hand of his had been destroyed. The loss was too great because that hand contained a piece of mother gold. This was also the reason why he dared to only use one hand. Outsiders couldn't damage it. But now his hand had been destroyed, and the mother gold had been seized. We're finished. We've provoked a great disaster. We've tricked the old ancestor. Within the machine race, all the metal life form evolvers were trembling. They were all terrified and felt that something big was about to happen. Who would have thought that the great demon, King Chu Feng, had actually hidden such a move? Does he recognize the existence of the big abyss? Heavens, why? Isn't there no life in the big abyss? It's known as the Een Realm Universe's #1 danger zone. Why did a lady rush out today and stand together with Chu Feng? Within the machine race, a violent storm was raging. Everyone was trembling. To them, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. A moment of anger and indignation had invited the race's ancestor, the mechanical Vajra. But in the end, he had been tricked. The soul of the race and the most powerful figures were most likely going to suffer a calamity. As expected, a shocking change occurred. While the mechanical Vajra was roaring, he was also falling back. Even if he had been too rash before, he now understood everything. This white-clothed lady was far more powerful than he had imagined. She wasn't someone an old Vajra with half a rusted body like him could deal with at all. However, it was too late. That white-clothed lady was like a flying immortal. She brought with her a brilliant rain of light as she rushed out of the big abyss and charged at him. Brilliant multicolored light blossomed like an immortal ascending from the big abyss and illuminated the eternal darkness. Bang! The lady made her move. She slapped a palm at the mechanical Vajra, piercing through the void and making the universe tremble. Dang, dang, dang. Sparks flew in all directions as a terrifying energy erupted. At this time, the Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform's clairvoyant technology had finally caught up. The images captured shocked the cultivators of all races in the universe. The main reason was that the mechanical Vajra was indomitable and its body was too huge. Meanwhile, the white-clothed lady was using her Dharma world. At this time, she was also very tall and reflected the firmament. Therefore, even though they were far away, they could still capture the two's figures. Even so, there were still precious clairvoyance that exploded. Even with the most powerful runic protection devices, they were still shaken into fine powder by the aftermath. Heavens, what did I just see? The mechanical Vajra's arm has deformed and its chest has caved in. People were shocked to find that the mechanical Vajra's body was distorted during the head-on collision. Its metal body caved in and deformed as it was beaten out of shape by those slender, jade-like hands. Afterward, the mechanical Vajra shrank and its body became shorter and shorter. It could no longer stand in the universe and was suppressed into a normal person. But even so, in the end, it was still 100,000 meters tall. The mechanical Vajra bellowed. Its body was in tatters, and the rotten parts were pierced through by those slender, jade-like hands. The lifeblood unique to the machine race sprayed out and splashed across the starry sky. This is a heaven illuminator, yet it's actually so tragic. It was easily pierced through by someone. It's too terrifying. The evolvers from all over the world were shocked. Even Chu Feng was dumbfounded. It was simply unbelievable. This lady's strength was terrifying and abnormal. Her slender back and sparkling long hair were all beautiful, but her strength was so heaven-defying. What made all the races in the universe regretful was that this lady had her back to them all along, and they couldn't see her true appearance. Moreover, this place was near the Great Abyss after all. All kinds of mysterious rays and strange mist were floating about. It was still very serious and blocked many of the images captured by the clairvoyant. It was very blurry. Ah! Everyone heard a bitter and angry cry. The mechanical Vajra's body was pierced through more than 10 times by those pure white hands. In the end, it was dragged into the great abyss and let out a frightened and angry roar. This was its final howl. This is 2F** King terrifying. Not to mention the others. Even Ouyang Feng shrunk his neck and his lips were trembling. This didn't match his usual style. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. The battle ended abruptly, and everyone didn't have time to react. It was too fast. Puffed. Light soared in the great abyss because the lady in white's sparkling and translucent palm had split open the mechanical Vajra's body and taken out a piece of scarlet mother gold. That was a rare treasure that was about to fuse into the mechanical Vajra's heart, but now it had become her spoils of war. After that, the mechanical Vajra sank into oblivion. Its eyes were wide open, but they were very empty. It sank into the great abyss and died with everlasting regret. The last of its decaying spirit had already been killed. A heaven illuminator of a generation had fallen and shocked the starry sky. In ancient times, he was once cold-hearted and ruthless. He had besieged Yao Yao's father and was insufferably tyrannical. But now he was beaten to death just like that. Chapter 902. Blood rained down from many altars all over the starry skies, drenching their divine altars. The great star that represented the mechanical Vajra exploded and completely disappeared. This was a cosmic hurricane that caused the entire world to boil. The interstellar network was almost paralyzed, and every major platform was in an uproar. The machine race had dispatched a heaven illuminator, but in the end, he had fallen. Oh no, old ancestor! The machine race was heartbroken as a group of people cried out in grief. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. A powerhouse of the race, a powerhouse, had died just like that in the abyss. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for their incessant calls for the mechanical Vajra to revive and kill this demon, Chu Feng, such a tragedy wouldn't have happened. How can this be? He was a heaven illuminator who overlooked the entire universe, but in the end, he died just like that. Is the heavens jealous of our machine race? The machine race was in chaos, and everyone was terrified. This was no different from the collapse of the heavens and the earth. This was a calamity. Would the race decline because of this? The cause of everything was Chu Feng, a quasi-saint. The machine race was indignant because he wasn't a true saint, yet the machine race had to suffer such losses. I represent the evolvers of Earth in expressing my disbelief in this tragedy. Ouyang Feng jumped out immediately and stretched out his black and long swan neck. He mocked in a very unkind manner. Other clans have unfilial sons who cheat their fathers, but you guys are good. You're the one who cheated your ancestors. If you have the guts, call out an old heaven illuminator bastard and ask him to eliminate Chu Feng. I guarantee that he'll be beaten to death. The machine race was immediately unable to restrain their anger and mourn together. They were still ridiculed in their grief. They really wanted to go out in full force and fight to the end with Earth. Unfortunately, they reckoned that they would probably be crippled if they went to take revenge like this. They didn't even have a saint, as they had already been killed by Chu Feng outside the abyss. Oh yeah, I'll kill you. Many people from the machine race swore that they would definitely kill Ouyang Feng in the future. At the same time, someone reminded Ouyang Feng and shouted, Jun Tuo's son, watch your words. This meant that he was from the turtle race. It was best not to mention the word bastard. Hia. At this moment, your grandpa mule really wants to laugh out loud. Ha hia. F***K. Old donkey, are you laughing at the machine race or this king? If you laugh at me, I'll beat you to death. After that, Ouyang Feng challenged again and said, Machine race, do you still want to have a future? Just wait for this king and Chu Feng to join hands and slaughter them. I'm warning you, this is not just empty talk. The starry skies were truly in chaos. Even the veteran heaven illuminators had died, causing a rain of blood to fall from the altars everywhere. It was a shocking sight. Oh my God, the world-shocking battle is still going on, and it hasn't ended yet. There are heaven illuminators in the vicinity of the Great Abyss. A battle between gods has broken out. A piece of news caused another uproar in the Sea of Stars. The Black Blood platform, the Origin Beast platform, and the others were almost overcrowded and almost paralyzed. There were too many people logging in, and all of them wanted to watch the battle as soon as possible. The corpse ancestor had arrived. He was originally watching the battle coldly from outside the Great Abyss. He didn't lend a hand, nor did he fight with everything he had, and he only watched as the mechanical Vajra fell from the shadows. However, when he wanted to leave, he noticed to his astonishment that a white-clothed woman with disheveled, beautiful hair and a battle dress that was stained with bloodstains left behind since ancient times had already appeared soundlessly behind him. The corpse ancestor swore that he really didn't want to make a move and only wanted to leave silently. But he never expected that this woman would be so sharp and be able to notice him from so far away in the starry sky. Fellow Taoist, I think there's some misunderstanding here. I'll leave right away. The corpse ancestor explained and tried his best to reveal a warm smile. However, his smile was even more unsightly than crying. His hair had fallen off a long time ago, and a layer of old skin that was light golden and shriveled stuck to his bones. He was simply a living skeleton. The woman didn't say anything and just looked at him silently just like that. A strand of killing intent suffused out and confined this place. The corpse ancestor's scalp was on the verge of exploding, and he felt extreme danger. The woman's figure was tall, while her long hair covered half of her jade white and beautiful face. Now, her hair was fluttering without any wind, and it completely revealed her true appearance. She was peerlessly gorgeous, flawless, and flawless. However, the corpse ancestor was shocked violently when he saw her appearance. And then he was horrified as he said with a trembling voice, "It's you?" How could he not recognize her? She was said to be the strongest genius in history, and she possessed extraordinary natural talent that was unparalleled throughout the golden generation of the ancient universe. She's the reappearance of Yao Yao. No, you're her body that was struck down into the abyss all those years ago. The corpse ancestor gasped. He noticed that this woman's eyes were slightly dim and slightly empty. Even if her body was filled with spirit energy and her body was peerlessly formidable, it was impossible to conceal her only flaw. If it was Yao Yao from all those years ago, then she wouldn't possess such a bearing. Even then, the corpse ancestor's scalp still went numb, and he really wanted to flee. She was said to be the genius with the strongest natural talent in history, and her body had always been alive since the ancient times until now. She'd circulated the robbery induction breathing technique and hadn't perished in the abyss. So how formidable was she? At the same time, he was also wondering how strong she would be if she hadn't killed Yao Yao all those years ago and had lived normally until now. In reality, the corpse ancestor had already guessed this when he saw the white battle dress she wore. This was the #1 battle dress from back then, and it was given to her by Yao Yao's father. After that, the corpse ancestor retreated. He besieged Yao Yao's father all those years ago. A group of people had participated in the hunt near the star domain ruled by the Shilin clan, and his palm had played a crucial role. The heavenly corpse palm had pierced through Yao Yao's father's back, and the heavenly corpse poison had dominated the world. It caused the youngest heaven illuminator's combat strength to decrease sharply, and his body staggered. In the end, he was killed by everyone's joint attack, and his vitality was completely extinguished. So, he felt guilty after seeing Yao Yao's body. Even though he'd lived for a long time, his expression was unsightly now. The next moment, the white-clothed woman attacked decisively and terrifyingly. This time, she formed a fist seal, and after circulating the robbery induction breathing technique, the starlight of the universe and various types of energy boiled and resonated with her pure white and sparkling fist. Puffed. Although the corpse ancestor went all out to resist this one attack, he still couldn't bear it and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The white-clothed woman struck out with a world-shocking energy through her sparkling fist. Accompanied by order runes, it almost twisted the corpse ancestor's entire arm off. No matter what, he'd once looked down on this part of the universe. Even though he was old now, his body had decayed, and his vitality had dried up, he shouldn't be this weak. It could only be said that this white-clothed woman was too powerful. Her body was flawless and could shake the heavens and the earth. In reality, he already knew how terrifying she was when he saw the white-clothed woman blast through the mechanical Vajra barehandedly. After all, the mechanical Vajra race's strongest point was their bodies. They were known to be indestructible and immortal. In the end, that kind of outcome was a little miserable. Now was his turn. The corpse ancestor had a premonition that things weren't looking good. Boom! The white-clothed woman pressed forward like a flying immortal. As her white clothes fluttered, a rain of light sprinkled down. It was extremely sparkling and translucent, and it illuminated the outside of the dark abyss. This place was extremely gorgeous. Her every movement was very natural and contained the aura of the Tao. This body didn't die in the abyss and had circulated the robbery induction breathing technique for so many years. It was simply unimaginable. Yao Yao's body, which was known to have heaven-defying innate talents, wasn't just for show. It truly embodied her unrivaled power. This fist shattered corpse ancestor's fist and caused his entire arm to explode. It was very difficult to imagine that a heaven illuminator of the older generation would be sent flying like this. His flesh was badly mangled, and it could only be said that his opponent was too terrifying. The corpse ancestor was startled and furious. During the era when he commanded the universe, Yao Yao's ancestors were still unknown. But now, he was being beaten to the point where his corpse and blood were flying everywhere. Kill! The corpse ancestor roared furiously. Golden light shone from his body and condensed into a corpse wheel. It was like a great sun traversing the sky, but inside it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless malicious spirits and corpses were wailing in grief. The scene was terrifying. The corpse wheel was divine on the outside and radiated millions upon millions of meters of golden light. It illuminated this part of the universe, but the inside was boundlessly terrifying. It was as though the true scene of hell had been reproduced. The white-clothed woman's snow-white fist glowed, and she struck out a diagram of all life in the universe. She prostrated herself in worship of this place. She soared into the sky, her white clothes fluttering in the wind, and her hair fluttered lightly. She was like a god that had descended into the world. The diagram of all life was naturally formed from order and derived from runes of laws. Bang! The white-clothed woman blasted apart the corpse wheel and obliterated the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. She blasted the corpse ancestor flying, and his entire body was covered in blood. Even the old skin on his body had split open. Oh my God! The corpse ancestor is about to be eliminated. His divine statue on my clan's altar is cracking, and blood is spilling out. Many people cried out in alarm. Was another veteran heaven illuminator going to fall? The white-clothed woman suddenly slapped out. In the process of pursuing the corpse ancestor, she swept all the remnant blood into the abyss. The blood of the corpse ancestor that fell into the starry sky contained active energy. This kind of person might be able to escape with a drop of blood and be reborn. But there was no hope now. This white-clothed woman didn't want to let him go. Does karma really exist in this world? The corpse ancestor staggered and spat out a large mouthful of blood as he muttered to himself. Back then, he was one of the main forces that killed Yao Yao's father. Now, he was being pursued by his daughter and was about to be killed. This caused his heart to palpitate. Bang! The white-clothed woman attacked again and blasted through the corpse ancestor. The unique blood of the corpse race sprayed in all directions and fell into the abyss. It was swallowed by the boundless darkness, and the corpse ancestor roared furiously as he was blasted into the abyss. Oh no! Many evolvers of the corpse race were paying attention to this battle. Now, they felt cold from head to toe because the old ancestor of their race was about to die. How similar was this? Just like the machine race, they'd also tricked the big shot of their race, their spiritual figure. The white-clothed woman's style was peerless, but she was very decisive and ruthless when she attacked. She descended from the sky and slapped out with her palm, causing the corpse ancestor to roar repeatedly. No matter how unwilling the corpse ancestor was, he was powerless to reverse the situation. His body instantly disintegrated and exploded. After that, a rain of blood and dismembered corpses fell into the depths of the abyss and were swallowed by the darkness. The entire universe was silent. Another heaven illuminator had fallen. That woman's white clothes were otherworldly as she stood alone in the darkness of the abyss. Her body emitted a gentle radiance that shone into everyone's hearts and illuminated this era. Everyone was shocked. This white-clothed woman was too powerful. She was actually so heaven-defying that she killed heaven illuminators in succession in a neat and tidy manner. Chapter 903. The universe was vast, but the vital planets were relatively sparse. They were scattered in the boundless void, and now all the vital territories were resonating. The fall of 2 heaven illuminators in one day made the sea of stars tremble. On many altars, the 2 divine statues exploded. The millstone-sized energy, celestial bodies fell, and a rain of blood fell. There were millions of races in the universe. Regardless of whether they were strong or weak, they all felt a bone-piercing coldness. They felt that life was too fragile. Even heaven illuminators could be killed just like that. What safety was there to speak of? Those who kill will always be killed. Back then, the mechanical Vajra and corpse ancestor were so tyrannical. They commanded the starry skies, and no one dared to disobey them. They would easily wipe out other races and destroy planets. But no matter how glorious and powerful you are, you'll grow old one day. Now that you've been killed, it's just a cycle. Naturally, there was a flurry of discussion after the silence. Everyone was discussing and guessing the identity of the lady in white. They hadn't seen her true appearance, and everything near the abyss was hazy. The entire starry skies were in heated discussion. Chu Feng walked out of the darkness and gazed at the abyss from afar. In the end, he advanced recklessly and approached the land of darkness. Others couldn't see clearly, but he did. Through the fiery eyes, he saw the lady's true appearance. She looked exactly like Yao Yao, which made him feel uneasy. Extra, extra. The one who caused this world-shocking tragedy is indeed the great demon Chu Feng. Come and look, everyone near the abyss has run away. Only Chu Feng went back alone. He's not afraid of the number 1 impasse at all. The Black Blood platform was extraordinarily powerful. They had been monitoring this place all along and immediately discovered Chu Feng's figure. They captured his image. Heavens, the great demon Chu Feng is indeed the main culprit. He knows that woman. Look at what he's saying to the abyss. He's walked to the edge and is obviously talking. Unfortunately, we can't get a picture of his lips. This is murder, a premeditated trap to kill the elites of each race. After those saints were imprisoned, they couldn't move and were killed by him. 2 heaven illuminators also perished. This was all part of his plan. A group of people cried out in alarm across the universe. The group of people felt a chill run down their spines. At first, many people thought that the appearance of the woman in white was an accident, but now they realized that it might not be a coincidence. Chu Feng didn't know what was going on, so he just dawdled, "Fairy, I don't mean to disturb you, but I have some doubts in my heart, and I would like to consult you." He didn't dare act impudently, because he could see that the woman's eyes were dim and empty. Others didn't see the truth, but he did. However, no one in the great abyss paid him any attention or responded. Chu Feng muttered to himself here, calling out a few more times. In the end, he decisively turned around and left. Even though he knew that this woman was related to Yao Yao and was very likely Yao Yao's lost corporeal body. He didn't dare to be too careless. It was true that he had friendly relations with Yao Yao, but he didn't know this woman in white. If by any chance he angered her, he reckoned he would be slapped to death. Heavenly Express. This time, Chu Feng left and went straight into the Sea of Stars. Desert Star was an arid planet. There were humans living there, but there weren't many of them. It was very desolate. But when Chu Feng appeared here, it immediately caused a commotion. Countless people flocked over, and many of them rushed over from the outer realms. It was unknown how many people wanted to observe the demonic Chu Feng's attitude from a close distance. They wanted to personally ask him about his relationship with the woman in white in the Great Abyss, as well as her true identity. Of course, no one dared to act impudently out of fear of being killed. Now, Chu Feng's power had taken shape, and the whole universe knew of his savagery. There were very few oases and deserts everywhere. In one of the oases, Chu Feng was very calm and said, "The fairy in white has an indescribably noble identity. There's no harm in telling you. She's from the Yang realm." Every race was dumbfounded. This news was too shocking. When she entered our universe, the first person she met was me. She felt that my talents were world-shocking and rare even in the Yang realm. She felt that we were fated. She told me that she would take me with her when she left. At the same time, I could look for her if I had any difficulties in the meantime. Chu Feng wore a calm expression on his face. This script isn't right. In another part of the Sea of Stars, the Black Yak, Old Donkey, and the others were stunned. They had never heard of such a contingency plan. Was that woman in white a guest from the Yang realm? Yellow Cattle said, "You're too naive." He looked no more than 4 or 5 years old. He had golden hair, a beautiful face, long eyelashes, and big blinking eyes. He looked more innocent than anyone else, yet he was still lecturing others for being childish. This really made the group of great demons have black lines on their foreheads. Yellow Cattle curled his lips and said, "He's a big liar. How can we believe what he says? I'm guessing that he doesn't even know who that mysterious female expert is. Now he's talking about primordial beasts. It's not that we're too naive, but that scoundrel Chu Feng's tricks are too deep." Ouyang Feng was dissatisfied. They were also watching the live broadcast and quickly confirmed that Chu Feng was lying. No one understood Great Demon Chu better than them, but the others didn't understand Chu Feng. For example, there was a man and a woman with grave expressions. The yang qi on their bodies was dense. They had seen Chu Feng on the banished immortal planet before and were disdainful of him. But now, their expressions were more solemn than the other. They were pondering and researching which orthodoxy Yao Yao came from in the Yang realm. These two were duped. They were extremely serious and didn't utter a word for a long time. The more they thought, the more apprehensive they became. The more they pondered, the more they didn't dare to be presumptuous in this part of the universe. The two who came in high spirits now had bitter expressions on their faces. They were in low spirits, and their willpower was dispirited. At this moment, what made the Black Yak, Old Donkey, and the others the most speechless was that after Chu Feng whetted everyone's appetite, he immediately carried out the so-called paid questioning session. Whoever wanted to ask him about his secrets had to pay an astronomical amount of cosmic dollars. At the same time, he didn't allow the Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform to broadcast anything about him. If they wanted to do so, they had to pay a sky-high appearance fee. This human trafficker is too shameless. Everyone wants a chance to show their faces, but he's causing trouble. Some platforms decisively refused his rude request. However, the Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform were willing to be ripped off. They paid an astronomical amount of compensation to conduct the only 2 interviews with him. I hereby solemnly announce that the sincere and pure divine King Chu is very angry. The consequences are very serious. He will soon launch a punitive expedition against the corpse race, Shilin clan, machine race, deity race, and so on. Just wait to receive my boundless fury. This piece of information alone caused a huge sensation. People from all over the universe realized that this demon's revenge was about to begin. This matter wasn't over yet. Killing all the saints and luring 2 heaven illuminators to death was just a prelude. The real bloody storm had just arrived. Then, the other platforms regretted it. The Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform almost exploded with the release of this information. There were so many people that they almost paralyzed. With this amount of traffic and attention, the 2 platforms made a killing. It was too late for regrets for the other platforms. They suddenly realized that they had miscalculated. Now that the great demon Chu Feng was at the heart of the struggle, how could they give up on this kind of traffic superstar? Chu Feng, we're willing to accept your conditions. We'll pay for the interview and live broadcast. Some platforms began to contact him again. Please consult me, Divine King Chu. Chu Feng corrected them. Mother Asterisk Kerr. A group of people wanted to beat him up. This fellow had raised it up, but they really didn't dare to offend him. This fellow had even killed 19 saints and 2 heaven illuminators. He was too evil and terrifying. However, people believed that the title of Demon King was more suitable for him. But now, everyone had no choice but to ignore their conscience and call him Divine King Chu. They wanted to discuss with him and obtain the right to interview and live broadcast. Yes, that's fine. Give me a few dozen saint-level lightning amethysts first. As for the cosmic dollars, I don't need them. This kind of sky-high asking made some platforms want to flip the table. Did he really think saint-level lightning amethysts were cabbages? If they could take out so many at once, they would get rid of him first. After a round of negotiation, Chu Feng insisted that he had to provide at least 10 pills. Everyone was dizzy. It was just an interview, yet they had to pay such a price. It was equivalent to 10 strikes from a saint. But in the end, some people agreed. Yes, very good. You guys have good eyes. Next, I announce that we'll set out immediately. Our first stop will be the Netherworld race. Chu Feng opened his mouth and let out the strongest voice since Earth's recovery. His words carried the smell of blood. He was going to take the initiative to fight. The platforms that paid 10 saint-level lightning amethysts immediately felt that it was worth it. The release of this kind of news caused the number of people following their platforms to skyrocket. Some people were happy while others were worried. At this moment, the entire Netherworld race was as though they were facing a great enemy. The entire race was extremely nervous. Great Demon Chu was going to kill his way here, and this place would definitely flow with rivers of blood. What are you panicking for? What are you afraid of? Our race has been passed down for thousands of years and has experienced many great storms since ancient times. A quasi-saint wants to destroy us? What a joke. An elder from the Netherworld race berated. However, this couldn't relieve the oppressive atmosphere. After the battle at the Great Abyss, Chu Feng had massacred the saints of various races. This had long since been deeply rooted in people's hearts and made everyone apprehensive. Why doesn't he go to the corpse race and the machine race first? Those 2 races have dispatched heaven illuminators. Or maybe he can go to the deity race and the Selene race first. These 2 races killed more people than us in ancient times. They're even more ruthless. Some people from a Netherworld race were dissatisfied and complained. At this moment, the emotions of every race in the starry sky were stirred. They wanted to see how Chu Feng would step into the Netherworld race to take revenge and attract the attention of the world. Chu Feng, Divine King Chu, were also willing to pay 10 saint-level lightning amethysts. The premise is that you allow us to broadcast the entire battle process live. More platforms came knocking, and not just one of them. Their attitudes were very sincere. It's a bit late. If you want to broadcast, each platform has to provide at least 15 crystals. The people in charge of those platforms were so angry that their faces turned black. This was simply raising the price. But in the end, they pinched their noses and accepted it because they could imagine how explosive the following battle would be. It would certainly attract the attention of the entire universe. After all, the great demon King Chu Feng was ruling the world and taking the initiative to attack those top-notch sections. All the evolvers living in this universe would certainly pay attention to it. Needless to say, all the participating platforms would explode in popularity. Are there any other platforms that want to participate? Don't miss this opportunity. My ultimate battle in the Netherworld universe is about to begin. From now on, I'll enter the Yang realm. This is my farewell battle. If you miss this battle, you'll regret it for eternity. After a long time, you'll realize that you've missed the grand occasion of the battle of the number one since ancient times. If you miss it once, you'll cry for thousands of years. It was originally very serious and tense on the eve of the great battle, but in the end, he was like a second-hand peddler. He was hawking his wares and diluting the oppressive atmosphere. All the platforms were speechless. All right, we'll participate too. Our platform is also willing to broadcast. Some other platforms wanted to join in. You guys are a bit late. How about this? You'll be in charge of opening the super wormhole for me and sending me to the battlefield. Some people wanted to curse. It was him who was going to battle, not them. Even stepping onto the battlefield required others to pay cosmic dollars to help him open up the path. Did he still have any shame? Don't tell me you want us to be in charge of opening the super wormhole for all the battlefields? Someone asked in a low voice. Chu Feng nodded seriously and said, Of course. How about this? I'll be in charge of opening the Wormhole Express Company, and you guys will be in charge of paying. All the major platforms, #Yin and. Everyone cursed this black-hearted demon king. His greed was unquenchable. The interview was paid, the live broadcast cost cosmic dollars, and even the road had to be paid. But in the end, they endured it and pinched their noses as they paid the bill. Before long, the great battle broke out and shocked the universe. Heavens, the human trafficker didn't go to the Netherworld race, but almost blew up the Shilin clan. He wiped out the 8 armies in one go and washed the land with the Saint-grade amethyst heavenly thunder. This news shook the universe as soon as it came out. The Shilin clan originally had a total of 13 troops, and this kind of organization had been preserved ever since. But today, 8 of them have been wiped out by Chu Feng in just one battle. We agreed to go to the Netherworld race first. Demon King Chu Feng, you lied to me. Someone in the starry skies was making a racket. Don't worry. The next stop is the Netherworld race. Chu Feng was actually in the mood to reply in the midst of his busy schedule. This made many people confused. His heart really wasn't just an ordinary kind of big. He still had the energy to pay attention to the movements of the outside world. Chapter 904. The Shilin planet's scenery was beautiful, and its spiritual energy was extremely dense. It was like a fairyland. But today, it had encountered a calamity. If not for the astonishing domain protection, the planet would have been destroyed. The area in front was scorched. Mountains had collapsed, rivers had dried up, and everything had been destroyed beyond recognition. Not even a blade of grass could grow on the land, and the land was scarlet for thousands of kilometers. On that scorched land, there was only one city left. This was a stronghold of the Shilin planet. There was a group of troops stationed there, and their flags fluttered in the wind. The entire city was covered in interweaving domains. Runes flickered, and primal chaos filled the air, forming an energy barrier. Our Shilin clan has never been humiliated like this since ancient times. We've always been the ones to kill our way out. Today, a demon has come to our door. We won't be humiliated, and we won't resign ourselves to death. If the city exists, we exist. If the city falls, we die. Activate your energy and activate the holy city. Let's kill that demon together. An old commander in the city roared furiously. His entire body was suffused with dense blood energy. He was a quasi-saint expert who had lived for many years and had experienced the ancient war. Chu Feng was cold and emotionless. He had already destroyed 8 troops, and this was the 9th. He had encountered resistance. This city wasn't ordinary, but it couldn't stop him. The Shilin clan really had no saints overseeing it. Wei Shilin and Wei Hung had long since left for the chaotic universe. The 3 saints left behind had been killed by Chu Feng outside the abyss. Shilin clan, you speak so passionately as though you're suffering. Have you forgotten how you got what you deserve today? Chu Feng said coldly. His hatred for the Shilin clan exceeded that of the other races. They were originally a race on Earth, but in the end, they had become so sinister. After betraying Earth, they massacred their bloodline even more than the other races. For a very long time, they had been hunting down evolvers who had escaped from ancient Earth. They wanted nothing more than to kill until not even a blade of grass could grow and the descendants of Earth would go extinct forever. That was because they were traitors and felt insecure in the depths of their hearts. That was why they were even crueler than the deity race and the corpse race. They wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate all future troubles. Moreover, this race acted fiercely and incomparably cold-blooded. For example, Wei Hung, the eighth under the starry skies, had cut off the head of his first teacher, Uncle Ming, and pickled it in a jar. It made people's hair stand on end. This was the number 2 expert of the Shilin clan. Since he had such a style, there were naturally many below him who imitated him. Demon Chu Feng, cut the crap. I just hate that I didn't destroy you at all costs when Earth had just recovered. I didn't let you grow to this stage. The commander of the Shilin clan's 9th division shouted. Blood energy revolved around his body, and his whole body was scarlet red. This was a baleful aura. He had killed people like flies during the ancient war, and it hadn't dissipated even after becoming a quasi-saint. Children, do you all regret it? Do you all fear dying here? This commander asked loudly. No regrets, no fear of death. Many people in the city roared loudly, their voices shaking the heavens. Chu Feng's pupils were ice cold. This race was indeed as stubborn and intense as the legend said. At the same time, they had a cold-blooded character that was entwined with femininity. How laughable. Why didn't you all have this kind of backbone when facing foreign enemies back then? You all became tenacious after crazily and cruelly massacred your own people. Are you all hypnotizing yourselves? Are you imagining that you're the victim, the righteous side, resisting the invasion and humiliation of foreign races? Chu Feng said coldly. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. He continued, actually, you're all dregs and dung. You'll inevitably go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Ever since you betrayed Earth, you even killed your own sisters in order to survive. Your race has already been nailed to the pillar of shame. Everyone in the starry skies looks down on you. Chu Feng's words opened up Shilin clan scars. For so many years, they had been living peacefully with other races on the surface. But in reality, many races weren't willing to have dealings with them because they thought they were too sinister. Who would feel at ease to have dealings with people who would even betray their own race and cold-bloodedly slaughter their own people? They all believed that they couldn't have a deep relationship with them. You've been isolated all these years. Apart from a few equally notorious races who had cooperated with you back then and had always been in close contact with you, do you think the Shilin clan has any true friends? That's because you've long since been labeled as sinister, cold-blooded, and innately cold. Everyone hates you like avoiding snakes and scorpions. Chu Feng said unhurriedly, revealing a disdainful expression. Shut up. The quasi-sage in the city berated. His chest heaved up and down as he experienced the ancient war. That was indeed a period of time that they didn't dare face. Which person like him hadn't killed their own race? Which one of them hadn't gone crazy? In the end, even though the victors were king and the losers were vilified, they were still fearful and uneasy. Bringing up old matters made him angry out of humiliation. A certain part of his heart was dripping blood. For instance, he thought of his childhood sweetheart who had fallen out with him after his resolute betrayal. In the end, when a magnificent army charged into Earth, he saw his first love being killed. He wasn't far away, but he didn't save her. Chu Feng said coldly, "You're the ones who should shut up. You're worse than pigs and dogs. Ask yourselves honestly, are you still human? All right, I was just venting. Now, I can end your sinful lives. All of you go to hell." As he spoke, he was studying the giant city. His fiery eyes saw through everything and saw the direction of the ancient city's domains. In the end, Chu Feng personally set it up and changed the direction of the Earth's veins. He was a domain grandmaster and could achieve this step. He slowly turned a defensive holy city into a land of death. Detonate it for me. Kill. Chu Feng threw out a saint-grade amethyst heavenly thunder to activate this land of death. He drew in all the origin energy within tens of thousands of kilometers and gathered it to burn the giant city. Oh, what happened? No, we've been ignited. The city was full of soldiers. This was equivalent to a military camp. Everyone began to howl in grief because the entire city had turned into a sea of flames and become a land of death. This was the sun's flames being ignited. The golden flames danced and released an inextinguishable energy. The power of the sun domain isn't bad, Chu Feng commented. On this day, the 9th division of the Shilin clan soared into the sky with raging flames. The city was like hell with all the soldiers rolling about and howling in grief. It was a tragic sight to behold. Next city, Chu Feng turned around and left. That was because the quasi-saint had failed in his attempts to rush out of the giant city. He was engulfed by the sun's essence flames and howled as he was burned into charcoal, destroyed in both body and soul. Not to mention the others, all the soldiers in the city were wiped out. This scene was broadcasted live and stirred up people greatly. The great demon king Chu Feng was an iron-blooded killer. This time, he didn't use the amethyst heavenly thunder to wash the land, but instead used the domain to burn down the entire city. It was even more terrifying. Unfortunately, Chu Feng searched the entire Shilin planet and couldn't find the other 4 divisions. Only 9 of the 13 divisions of the Shilin clan remained here. Some of the Shilin clan's troops had long since evacuated. Last time, Uncle Ming had led a group of saints to attack the various races. The Shilin clan had suffered a terrifying blow, and a considerable portion of the clan had been transferred to their so-called second hometown. Unfortunately, that location was very secretive and hadn't been leaked to this day. A group of scum hiding in the dark. I'll kill you later. Chu Feng laughed coldly. He didn't care at all. He had killed 9 troops in succession, and the resentment in his heart had subsided quite a bit. At this time, the Black Yak, Old Donkey, Zhou Quan, and the Manchurian Tiger had arrived and landed on a Shilin planet. Brother, we're here. How can we miss out on settling the Shilin clan's affairs? A group of great demons rushed over, but the Black Yak was a bit sneaky. He secretly told Chu Feng that he had brought the demonic ancestral cauldron to absorb the planet's foundation and vitality. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned and then pleasantly surprised. He had always been apprehensive about how to fetch the little vermilion bird from the other side. If he delayed for a year, 100 years would pass on the other side. He really couldn't afford a delay. But the demonic ancestral cauldron lacked energy and couldn't pass through that path. But now, the problem had taken a turn for the better. The Black Yak quietly released the demonic ancestral cauldron and burrowed into the ground. The next moment, the entire planet was trembling. Many famous mountains and great rivers were collapsing as energy converged toward the Earth's core and disappeared frantically. Heavens, what's happening? Why do I feel that this planet is about to enter the end of days? Why is its spiritual energy decreasing? Someone cried out in alarm. After a long while, the Earth regained its tranquility. One could see that the vegetation in the mountains and rivers had withered and lost a large amount of essence. Although it wasn't to the extent that the entire planet would enter the end of days, it was destined to decline for many years. Demon Chu, no. Divine King Chu, are we going to the Netherworld race next? Someone asked. Many people followed behind him, and most of them were from various major platforms. They really weren't afraid of death and were broadcasting with their lives. This was truly a moving spirit. Yes, the next stop is the Netherworld race. Chu Feng grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. They were white and brilliant. But everyone watching this scene from all over the universe felt a cold shiver. They felt a wave of killing intent, especially the Netherworld race. The entire race became nervous, and everyone's hair stood on end. The great demon King Chu Feng was finally coming. After witnessing the process of the Shilin clan being massacred, the entire Netherworld race was terrified. Without a saint overseeing things, who could protect them? Netherworld race, I'm coming. Are you guys ready? Roared Chu Feng. At this moment, the entire starry sky was shaken. Countless people were paying attention to the live broadcast. Let's go. We'll attack the Netherworld race one by one. We'll settle things with you slowly. The Black Yak couldn't stop laughing. There was a small cauldron in his sleeve with specks of sparkling luster. Apparently, it had absorbed a lot of energy. The Netherworld race was ready for battle. The entire race felt suffocated. The Shilin clan was in a miserable state, and many of them were terrified. Boom! When the battle erupted once again, everyone was dumbfounded. It was actually the spirit race. This time, they opened a super wormhole and entered the vicinity of the vital star where the spirit race was located. Without any words, Chu Feng broke through the domains in outer space and blasted the demonic ancestral cauldron into the depths of the planet. With a boom, the entire planet almost exploded. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many domain runes underground and that Chu Feng didn't really want to destroy a planet, this place would have become ruins. Star remains. Even so, the famed mountains and great rivers of the spirit race suffered heavy losses. There was no saint presiding over it, nor were there any heaven illuminators overseeing it. The spirit race's ancient large-scale domains were actually unable to be activated. They could only watch helplessly as Chu Feng killed his way in and out. They simply couldn't stop a domain grandmaster. Spiritualization of the blood banner. Some old monsters roared furiously within the spirit race. However, the strongest among them was only at the quasi-saint level. They weren't Chu Feng's match at all. As for their race's forbidden killing weapon, the true spiritualization of the blood banner, it was now only a defective product. It had been directly absorbed by the demonic ancestral cauldron in the Earth's core. To it, this was a rare treasure and a true supplement. War cries shook the heavens within the spirit race. Chu Feng went on a killing spree and personally killed the quasi-saints. He killed 12 of them in one go, causing the spirit race to be bathed in blood and gloomy clouds. He didn't attack the commoners, but he completely annihilated many experts from the ancient clans who had conquered the earth during the ancient war. The Black Yak, Yellow Cattle, Old Donkey, and the others were also fighting to temper themselves and settle accounts with the spirit race. They had great harvests here, conquered several treasure houses, and seized the spirit race's breathing technique. Only after the fierce battle had ended and the ground was covered in blood did the people on the platforms rush over to remind Chu Feng that he had once again taken the wrong path. This was the spirit race, not the Netherworld race. Many people in the universe were speechless. Even a Netherworld race felt that they were too speechless. Why were they being stood up again? It doesn't matter. We'll go to the Netherworld race now, shouted Chu Feng. Many people from the Netherworld race who had just relaxed tensed up again. They felt that this was the most terrifying torture. They really wanted to say, "Are you coming or not?" As expected, Chu Feng didn't go to the Netherworld race next. Instead, he killed his way to the mechanical planet. This was a huge planet densely covered in steel forests. Boom! After arriving here, Chu Feng was very direct. He threw the violet heavenly thunder crystal while the machine race counterattacked. The most dazzling energy rays erupted between the two parties and illuminated the starry sky. The machine race was destined to suffer a tragedy because this place had become the demonic ancestral cauldron's favorite. The entire planet was made up of metal essence. After it plunged in, it almost sucked this powerful planet dry and almost turned this place into ruins. Standing in space, one could see that the entire planet was cracked and its spiritual energy was rapidly drying up. The ground was a barren wasteland. By the time Chu Feng and the others left, the mechanical planet could be considered to be half-ruined. Divine King Chu, are you going to shout that you want to go to the Netherworld race again? Someone from the Black Blood platform asked. Before Chu Feng could reply, the quasi-saint of the Netherworld planet had already roared across the starry sky. Demon King Chu Feng, are you coming or not? That was because the race was really going to collapse. Again and again, their nerves were constantly stretched taut. It was too torturous. They might as well have a great battle to their heart's content. It felt even more uncomfortable to always be tense like this. I'm going to kill all of you right now. Wash your necks and wait for me. Chu Feng spoke across space. However, when he appeared again, everyone was in an uproar. He had actually reached the flying immortal planet and still wasn't from the Netherworld race. How shameful! He's deliberately torturing us. Everyone from a Netherworld race was agitated. They were shocked and angry, but at the same time, they were even more afraid and terrified. They felt that Chu Feng's delay in coming was even more terrifying than his immediate arrival. However, the quasi-saint race was even more nervous than them. What was the meaning of this? Why had the demon king, Chu Feng, come here? The quasi-saint race was on tenterhooks and extremely nervous. The flying immortal planet was their territory. There was a transmission field that was the only passage leading to the quasi-saint race's planet. They could only reach their race through this place. Chu Feng, are you coming to our race as a guest? A quasi-saint appeared in person. Although he had a smile on his face, he was actually very nervous in his heart. Another quasi-saint came out and said, "Actually, we don't oppose your marriage with the exiled immortal. More than 80% of the people in the race approve of it. It was just a little misunderstanding before. Don't think too much about it." The whole starry sky was silent. Even the quasi-saint race had to kneel when Demon King Chu came. Were they all scared? They actually lowered their heads and admitted defeat. What kind of rhythm was this? Were they going to marry off their daughter? Chapter 905. Passing by. The two quasi-saints of the quasi-mortal race were in a state of confusion. Wasn't this demon here to denounce them, extort them, or fight them? No matter how they looked at it, if he was just passing by, this scene didn't match the style of the great demon, Chu Feng. They seriously doubted it. Then, the pupils of the two quasi-saints contracted when they saw the black yak, yellow cattle, old donkey, and the other great demons of Kunlun. They especially noticed that he was weighing a fist-sized cauldron in his hand. It looked a little like the demon ancestors' cauldron. Chills ran down their spines. How could it be possible that he was just passing by? They felt that he was threatening them. The two quasi-saints of the quasi-mortal race were very nervous. They really didn't want to start a war with Chu Feng. I see that your bodies are all tensed up. Are you going to fight me? Chu Feng asked casually. No, how is that possible? The two quasi-saints shook their heads decisively and firmly denied it. They couldn't give him an excuse to start a war. Chu Feng, we're very ashamed this time. We didn't do well enough in some areas. One of the quasi-saints looked sincere as he tried to explain to Chu Feng. What's the situation? You seem to feel guilty? Chu Feng interrupted him and looked at the two quasi-saints with a smile. Sai, our quasi-mortal race is indeed in the wrong this time. The saints in our race thought too much and thought that they saw far ahead. Actually, Sai, it's fine if we don't talk about it. The two quasi-saints sighed. Whether it was their attitude or their sincerity, Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to speculate. He grinned brilliantly and said, "Since you feel guilty, then there's nothing more to say. Lend me some saint-level heavenly thunder amethyst. Just 100 or 80 will be enough." After hearing this, the two quasi-sages staggered and their expressions changed. Although they had a premonition that this wasn't someone who would suffer a loss, they didn't think that he would dare to ask for such an exorbitant price. Those weren't cabbages or carrots from the ground, but the product of a saint's tribulation. Within the quasi-sage tribe, the three ancient saints who had escaped from the abyss were ashen and extremely unsightly. The old woman said hatefully, "Why would I need to give you so many saint-grade amethyst heavenly thunder crystals? I could just throw them out and kill you dozens of times." She even wanted to personally go out and see what other tricks Chu Feng had after leaving the abyss. She would kill him directly if he was annoyed. We can't. There are too many strange things about this demon. Not to mention his relationship with a white-clothed woman. If he were to hide in the ancestral demon's cauldron, even the amethyst heavenly thunder crystal wouldn't be able to kill him. Another ancient saint stopped her. In the end, the quasi-mortal race was very amiable. The two quasi-saints personally brought over 30 violet heavenly thunder crystals. They were of extremely high quality and were surging with purple light and auspicious multicolored light. Moreover, their faces were full of smiles as they sent Chu Feng off with a group of people. They watched as he once again embarked on his journey. Why do I feel that the quasi-immortal race is sending off a plague? Am I that scary? Chu Feng said to himself. Don't you know if you're that scary? The black yak, the Manchurian tiger, the old donkey, and the mastiff king couldn't help but look down on him. A piece of news spread throughout the universe. The quasi-immortal race wanted to marry off their daughter to Earth's great demon, Chu Feng. After hearing this news, the three ancient saints in the quasi-immortal race's palace hall were so angry that they almost coughed up blood. The heavenly thunder amethyst had already been sent out, yet that demon still dared to spread such rumors. His appetite was too big. After hearing this rumor, the three ancient saints in the hall of the quasi-saint tribe were so angry that they almost coughed up blood. They had already given away the violet heavenly thunder crystal, yet that demon still dared to spread such rumors. Her appetite was too big. However, because they were worried that great demon Chu Feng would turn hostile, this clarification wasn't firm enough, let alone thorough. It was just some insignificant people in the race saying a few words, so the effect wasn't good. But because they were worried that great demon Chu Feng would fall out with them, this clarification wasn't firm enough, let alone thorough. It was just some insignificant people in the race saying a few words indifferently, so the effect wasn't good. What a disgrace. The quasi-immortal race actually wants to marry off? This caused quite a commotion in the starry sky. Chu Feng swore that this really had nothing to do with him. It was completely caused by other people's imagination and had nothing to do with him at all. After the super wormhole opened, the starry sky seemed to be rotating and the fragments of time seemed to be dancing. After Chu Feng and the others stepped out of the wormhole, the people on the various platforms behind him were speechless. As expected, they still hadn't landed on the netherworld planet. They arrived at a lustrous, purple, vital planet. It was very auspicious and also very noble. However, not many people knew that this was the headquarters of the Sky Piercer, the netherworld universe's largest assassin organization. The most terrifying lair had caused countless tragedies and was drenched in blood. So much so that their tens of thousands of assassins had once massacred many planets. This was no longer an assassination, but an arrogant sweep of the starry sky. On the surface, this place looked very auspicious. No one would have thought that this was the location of the headquarters of the highest organization representing the killing path. After Chu Feng successively defeated the Shilin clan, the spirit race, and the machine race, he obtained some information about the Sky Piercer from them because these parties had business dealings. Back then, during the Ancient War, these races had practically invited all the assassins of the Sky Piercer to inflict heavy damage on Earth. It was impossible for anyone to guard against these assassins who walked in the dark. Chu Feng was certain that this was the highest palace of the assassin organization, and this was mainly confirmed through the quasi-immortal race. This information was considered a bargaining chip to be exchanged for benefits. The quasi-immortal race was ranked among the top 3 in the universe, and they grasped too many secrets. Today, they were frightened by Chu Feng. After all, they had personally witnessed him massacring the Shilin clan, the spirit race, and the machine race. At the same time, they were incomparably afraid when they saw them coming with the demonic ancestors' cauldron. They were even more worried that he would invite the white-clothed lady from the abyss. As such, when Chu Feng's party mentioned a little of what they needed, they cooperated and told them all the secrets they knew about the Sky Piercer. This is where the Sky Piercer is located. 40% of it is on land, with beautiful mountains and rivers and rich spiritual energy. I've never seen such an auspicious and tranquil place. The Black Yak side. 60% of this planet was the ocean. It was purple and filled with rich spiritual energy. One didn't need to circulate a breathing technique to cultivate in this area, and it could improve one's physique. According to the information they had found from the photon computer, this planet belonged to a certain charity organization. Every year, they would give alms and rescue some savage planets. Who would have thought that such an extremely reputable source of life, a glorious and resplendent charity organization, was actually the source of all evil? Under this planet, corpses were piled up like mountains, and the sea of blood was restrained, condensing the most terrifying, murderous aura. They're rescuing these so-called savage planets because they're actually selecting good seedlings and nurturing young gold medal assassins. There's no need to say anything more. Wipe out the entire planet. Chu Feng said coldly. He had already understood clearly that there were no ordinary people on this planet. Even a child was a meticulously nurtured assassin. The people following behind them were horrified after hearing this. They were going to slaughter an entire planet. Chu Feng and the others didn't act rashly. They personally went deep into this planet to investigate in secret. After that, they confirmed the filth and bloodshed behind this auspicious surface. Boom! A splendid firework illuminated the starry sea. The purple and lustrous planet disintegrated and exploded with a loud bang in the live broadcast of all the major platforms. The demonic ancestral cauldron floated up and down in the middle, absorbing all the world's essence and energy. More importantly, it absorbed the vital planet's origin, will, and order. The battle shocked the starry sea. Many powerful races felt their scalps go numb. They felt that Chu Feng's methods were too extreme. He could easily slaughter an entire planet. It was truly terrifying. But very soon, news came that this was the Sky Piercer's headquarters. It was the base camp of the Underworld Universe's assassin organization. Immediately, everyone was flabbergasted. There was a moment of silence. Of course, after a moment of dead silence, there was a flurry of activity. The Sky Piercer's headquarters had been found by Chu Feng and completely destroyed. This was simply subversive. Chi, chi, chi. At the same time, wormholes appeared one after another as the Sky Piercer's headquarters collapsed. Countless assassins rushed out, all of them carrying large black swords as they slashed forward to kill. This organization was very strict. There was an ancient sacrificial altar at the headquarters. Once it was attacked, all the branches had to rush to the rescue immediately and execute the order unconditionally. In the end, this led to those branches charging over in a frenzy. Otherwise, those who disobeyed orders would be dealt with. Their lives would be worse than death. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the headquarters had been completely destroyed. If they had known about this situation, they wouldn't have charged over recklessly. While the starry skies were discussing the collapse of the Sky Piercer's headquarters, the battle in the vicinity of this star domain was still going on. Perhaps it could be called a massacre. After Chu Feng became a quasi-saint, he moved unhindered in the starry skies and swept away everything in his way. This assassin organization didn't have any saints anymore. They simply couldn't stop Chu Feng's massacre. In particular, he had the fiery eyes and could see the hidden figures of all the assassins. They were very eye-catching, like lighthouses in the dark night, waiting for him to approach. A massacre. The big black yak, Ouyang Feng, yellow cattle, old donkey, Zhou Quan, and the others hid in the demonic ancestral cauldron. They were even more fearless in this starry sea as they charged and collided. Now, the demonic ancestral cauldron had absorbed so much energy and didn't mind exerting a bit of force. Of course, it definitely didn't exert too much force. Otherwise, if it shook lightly, the starry skies would collapse. Even so, it was still terrifying. At the same time, it could also satisfy the big black yak, Ouyang Feng, and the others very well. They drove the large cauldron and smashed countless enemies into a bloody mist. The sky was densely packed. Tens of thousands of the strongest assassins had come to support, but in the end, they were being slaughtered one-sidedly. The scalps of the people on the various platforms went numb. Was this still the Sky Piercer? It had always been them who intimidated the various races and assassinated the evolvers of other races. But today, they had become the prey and were so passive. After this battle, this organization was destined to collapse. In the end, the starry skies were silent. Star fragments, broken bones, blood, broken weapons, and so on were everywhere. It was a terrifying scene. There were too many corpses of the assassins, but they were all broken. Not a single one was complete. The top-notch assassins that had rushed over from various branches numbered in the tens of thousands, but they were all annihilated. This is 2F** King terrifying. Chu Feng is really a great demon. Compared to him, these assassins are all sheep. Even the docile ones aren't enough to kill. They are extremely miserable. Hurry up and drop it. The Sky Piercer has a heavy debt of blood. All the assassins that walked out of them have hands full of blood. They have committed heinous crimes and are too numerous to be listed. This time, it's only because they kicked an iron plate and provoked that great demon. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be tortured to a point where they would wish they were dead. 10 races would be annihilated. How delightful! This is so satisfying. Great Demon Chu Feng, I prostrate myself in admiration to you this time. You've actually annihilated this source of all evil. My ancestors and my entire race were all annihilated by them. Thank you for annihilating them. What a pity. Sob sob. Back then, my mother planet was massacred into a dead star by them. Countless people were cheering. This time, Chu Feng had launched a thunderous attack. His killing intent was too strong, and he had killed countless corpses that were scattered across the starry skies. At first, they thought he would be condemned by all parties. Unexpectedly, there is a considerable portion of people who voiced their support and fervent support. Next stop, the deity race, shouted Chu Feng. After that, the netherworld race collapsed. They felt that Chu Feng was finally not mentioning them this time, because he was definitely coming to their place. Mother Kerr, he's finally here. I'll fight it out with you. Great Demon Chu Feng, we won't rest until one of us is dead. Come. Many people from the netherworld race heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally endured to the end. They were going to completely settle things and didn't need to be so tense anymore. Many people from the deity race were very nervous because their names had been called. Although they guessed that Chu Feng was actually going to attack the netherworld race this time, they still didn't feel at ease and took all kinds of precautions. At the same time, they were transferring people and preparing to send away the core descendants of their race. It was impossible for them to sit still and wait for death. Chu Feng, just you wait. Today, you can't completely annihilate our entire race. Our race's elites, our race's core descendants, and direct descendants have all been sent away. They're going to enter the primal chaos universe. In the future, they'll definitely bring a large number of experts from the primal chaotic deity palace to take revenge and wipe out your entire clan. Elders, don't worry. We're still young, and we have endless hope and possibilities. Once we grow up, we'll definitely massacre Chu Feng and his race. We won't leave a single one alive. A group of youths from the deity race swore that they would take revenge in the future. They were direct descendants and the most core bloodline inheritors. After opening the wormhole, they would go to the edge of this universe and enter the primal chaos universe. Oh, I understand the situation. At the same time, Chu Feng was nodding as he received the secret report. Back then, Uncle Ming led a group of saints to attack the various races. Before he left, he made many arrangements and had powerful insiders. In the end, these chess pieces were activated, and Chu Feng understood the situation immediately. Bang! At the edge of the nether universe, Chu Feng arrived immediately after opening the wormhole. When those extremely talented youths were escorted out, their hands and feet immediately turned ice cold as they discovered that the great demon Chu Feng had brought people to cut off their path. There's nothing more to say. Today, I'll transform into a demon and cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, just like how you targeted Earth back then. Chu Feng shouted. He attacked with the power of a quasi-saint. With a boom, he smashed a group of people into pieces with a single slap and turned them into a mist of blood. Ouyang Feng and the others were very dissatisfied. There were thousands of people here, but in the end, Chu Feng didn't leave a single one for them. Back then, none of the direct descendants of the group of big shots from ancient Earth could escape. They were betrayed by the Shilin clan, and the Heavenly Knights and the deity race accurately grasped their escape route. It was very tragic as they were all slaughtered. Now, it was like a reincarnation, and history was replaying itself. Regardless of whether it's karma or reincarnation, I'll inherit all the blood and hatred. If there's any great karma, come at me when the time comes. I'm not afraid of you. Chu Feng. On this day, when the deity race received the news, they went completely crazy. The group of youths with the most potential in the race, those geniuses, were all dead. They were killed by the great demon Chu Feng, causing them to collapse. This was the future of the race, where their hopes lay. They were still counting on these youths to rise up and restore the deity race's glory in the future. But now it was all gone. The entire starry sea was shaken, and it caused great waves. Not long after, a large cauldron descended from the sky with a supreme aura. It crashed into the deity planet, and with a hum, the mountains and rivers disintegrated and the earth split open. It was as if the sky was being destroyed. The deity race's first stronghold collapsed, and the deity race's second divine city exploded. The deity race's largest evolver barracks turned into a sea of fire, and countless people wailed in grief. Chapter 906. Back then, the deity race's ancestral city blocked Uncle Ming and the others, causing them to regret that they couldn't conquer it. Now, Chu Feng came with the demonic ancestors' cauldron and blasted it open in one blow. This city was the deity race's last pure land. At the moment of life and death, all the important figures would retreat here because the domains here were incomparably powerful. Unfortunately, Chu Feng, the domain grandmaster, had come with the universe's ultimate weapon. Once the demonic ancestors' cauldron absorbed enough energy, it could even attack on its own. Thus, the deity race was in a tragedy. In an instant, they suffered heavy losses. Half of the ancestral city collapsed, the sky fell, and the earth cracked. Blood splattered everywhere. Those who could cultivate here were all direct descendants with the old guys as the leaders. If it were a young man, he would definitely be a monster and a core disciple. The deity race's higher-ups collapsed and sent away the young men. Those seedlings were all killed by Chu Feng. Now, the ancestral city was also conquered. Was the race going to be exterminated? Chu Feng, demon, you massacred my people like this. There's a true god in the primal chaotic deity palace. If he's a deity, will he let your earth lineage go? An old monster was covered in blood as he shouted himself hoarse. Naturally, he knew that this kind of shouting had no effect and would make people look down on him for no reason. However, he really had no other way. Now, seeing his people die one by one, his eyes burned with fury, but he couldn't stop the enemy. He could only threaten and intimidate them. Ridiculous. Did you think this day would come when you massacred Earth in ancient times? Chu Feng didn't care. No matter how powerful the people from the primal chaotic universe were, they couldn't come over. Otherwise, they would have arrived long ago. Last time, even the little Saint Luo Yong came over with great difficulty, let alone the gods. The collapsed city, the collapsed streets, and the giant palaces were collapsing one after the other. The domain runes were rapidly dimming. Today, the deity race's ancestral city was scarlet as Chu Feng went on a killing spree. The demonic ancestors' cauldron had already sunk into the ground to destroy and disintegrate the large-scale domains. It absorbed the planet's energy and ordered runes to restore itself. Chu Feng's eyes were red from killing because some of the old fellows from the deity race had survived since ancient times. The quasi-sage had a long lifespan and was still perfectly fine even now. Back then, they had once conquered Earth, and there were quite a number of people at this level. From this, it could be seen how deep the deity race's foundations were. Chu Feng had beheaded at least 20 people, and all of them were ancient quasi-saints. They were all executioners of the past. Everyone in every part of the cosmos felt that it was too crazy. That was the deity race, one of the 10 greats, yet they had been captured and their ancestral city destroyed. Even though they knew that this was because of the demonic ancestral cauldron contribution, it still left everyone shocked. The evolvers of all clans were stupefied, not daring to believe this. This is really retribution. To think that our deity race has been established for over 1,000,000 years, but in the end, our ancestral city was destroyed. If we didn't bathe the earth in blood in the ancient times, how could this have happened? Someone from the deity race cried out in grief. He stood on the ruins of the ancestral city and wept without end. Chu Feng had no sympathy for them. He went on a killing spree and chased after all the evolvers in the ancestral city. Kill the Black Yak, Ouyang Feng, Yellow Cattle, Old Donkey, and the others also went crazy from killing. They were all very powerful, and even Old Donkey was now a myriad star physique. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Who would have thought that Grandpa Donkey would also have such a day? I killed my way into the deity race's ancestral city. Originally, I was born from a scholarly family in Jiangnan, but now I've actually entered the depths of the cosmos to fight and kill. This doesn't match my temperament. Everyone on the major platforms was speechless. They were watching the live broadcast and actually heard a donkey braying. Then, they heard him boasting shamelessly. In the end, Old Donkey was kicked away by the Black Yak's hoof. He scolded him for being unreasonable and for not insulting the scholarly family. I rode through the starry skies and went on a punitive expedition against the deity race. I wiped out the Shilin forest and killed the Sky Piercer. Today's victory will shock the ages. The Manchurian tiger found it difficult to suppress his excitement. On this day, blood flowed like a river on the deity planet. Some platforms recorded that Chu Feng had killed 36 quasi-saints by himself. This shocked the cosmos and starry skies. The deity race was finished. Everyone knew what this meant. There was a gap in the core strength of the race, and Chu Feng had almost killed them all by himself. Without a doubt, some people had escaped. They couldn't sit still and wait for death. However, even their ancestral planet had been slaughtered to such a state. They were no longer capable of doing anything. For a relatively long time, as long as the great demon king Chu Feng was still in this world, as long as he could continue to grow, the deity race's escaping experts could only live under his shadow. There were still many residents on the deity planet, but Chu Feng couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't massacre them like the deity race and the netherworld race in the past. Chu Feng massacred along the way and only targeted the title clans. Those major powers that had participated in the punitive expedition on Earthback then were uprooted by him without mercy. In the end, the deity race was purged and their corpses piled up like mountains. At the very least, the ancestral city was indeed filled with rivers of blood. In this battle, Chu Feng, the Black Yak, and the others reaped great rewards. Even though the deity race had moved away many treasures, they still attacked several treasure vaults and took out large amounts of ancient books, letters, medicinal herbs, weapons, and so on. Heavens, we're rich. Our harvest this time is more than the previous races combined. Even Yellow Cattle cried out in surprise. Not to mention the sacred medicine. There were even 2 divine trees hidden in a treasure vault full of vitality. Unfortunately, the fruits had long since been plucked, and it was unknown how many years it would take for them to bloom and bear fruit again. As for the sacred medicine, it really couldn't be considered rare. It emitted an alluring medicinal fragrance and was planted in special pots. There were more than a dozen of them, full of vitality and overflowing with color. There weren't just 1 or 2 sacred weapons. There were a few. Chu Feng was speechless. No wonder those quasi-saints fought fiercely with sacred weapons and didn't hesitate to damage them. This race's foundation was too vigorous. If he didn't have the purple golden bamboo and break some of the sacred weapons, the spoils of war would be even greater. We're rich. The Kuan Peng true form diagram is the original and not a copy. It's a divine beast martial art. Ouyang Feng cried out strangely. Even Chu Feng was moved. He had long since heard of the deity race's tyranny. This race had always been collecting all kinds of ancient books and didn't hesitate to massacre some uncivilized planets. Who would have thought that one day he would be able to see the race's collection with his own eyes and see the Kuan Peng true form diagram. Haha, come and see quickly. We've struck it rich this time. The deity race's ancient ancestor will definitely vomit blood if he finds out. Look at what this is. Yellow Cattle cried out strangely. He wasn't like this normally, and now he was really excited. The deity breathing technique scripture. Heavens, it looks like it's a complete chapter. Immediately, this place exploded. Even the people in charge of filming from the various platforms almost threw away all kinds of equipment and rushed over. However, they only thought about it and didn't dare fight over it. At the same time, under Chu Feng's fierce gaze, the people from the various platforms retreated in embarrassment. They had an agreement not to expose the harvest of Chu Feng's party. The appearance of the deity breathing technique, this kind of ultimate inheritance, caused a huge storm. It made Chu Feng's heart tremble, and he wanted to let out a long cry. In the end, Chu Feng and the others retreated with smiles on their faces. The harvest this time was too great and surpassed anything they had ever obtained before. There was a small rumor circulating in the cosmos. Some people revealed their harvest, and it immediately caused a perilous situation. The evolvers from various races were all envious and wanted nothing more than to intercept and kill them. However, their strength wasn't enough, so how could they dare to compete with the demon Chu Feng? If they ran over, they reckoned that they would directly attract the demon's extermination. Now, Chu Feng's fierce name was illustrious. In the cosmos, he could scare the children of various races to tears. That was because his current actions were too fierce and tyrannical. He had successively conquered powerful races and shocked the starry skies. A planet with dancing energy was right in front of them. The mother planet of the corpse race was like this all year round. It was gloomy and overcast like a vast netherworld. Death energy pervaded the air and corpses piled up. It was reported that this was originally a great burial planet in the past. Extraordinary prehistoric characters were buried here. In the end, some of the corpses gradually gained intelligence and created the corpse race. Some people said that a half-dead guest from the Yang realm entered this planet and finally developed the corpse race. In any case, the race had also welcomed a calamity today and was powerless to resist. Boom! With a loud sound, the corpse race's netherworld, which was also known as their holy land, was penetrated by the demon ancestors' cauldron. Immediately, all kinds of coffins exploded and corpses flew everywhere. Little bastard, you really dare to come. Do you really think there's no one left in my corpse race? Now is the time to destroy you. Beyond everyone's expectations, a figure rushed out from the corpse race's netherworld. He was like a malicious spirit with white hair, stained with blood, and a deathly pale complexion. It was actually a corpse saint. This not only shocked Chu Feng, but also shocked all the races in the starry sky. Not long ago, Chu Feng killed 4 great saints of the corpse race in succession in the Great Abyss. In the end, the race could still dispatch one of them. They had a total of 5 saints keeping watch, which made everyone's hearts tremble. What kind of terrifying power was this? What's there to be afraid of? The big black yak roared. With a boom, he, Yellow Cattle, and the others hid in the demon ancestors' cauldron. With a boom, they collided with it and wanted to directly confront it. However, this old man was like a ghost. With a whoosh, he disappeared from where he was and rushed up to the sky to kill Chu Feng. Chu Feng's eyes were cold. He was still fearless as he prepared to use his trump card. All of a sudden, a spaceship appeared in the sky. A beam of light flew out from it and turned into a large umbrella. With a boom, the corpse saint exploded into a rain of corpses. Lady, she had arrived and brought out the heavenly umbrella. This was refined with some innate divine items. Its power was boundless and could kill saints. Back then, she and Chu Feng could ambush the 9-Yin Sparrow, Yuan Chengkong, and the others when their strength wasn't high. They relied on this umbrella, which showed how terrifying its power was. Everyone was speechless. The corpse race had a saint who wanted to kill Chu Feng, but in the end, he died just like that. In the end, The corpse race was very pitiful. Their experts and various old monsters were all killed. Chu Feng and the others swagger off. Unfortunately, many of the corpse race's items were ominous and carried the smell of corpses. They all despised them. Damn it, you're finally here. When Chu Feng appeared on the Netherworld star, the people were almost on the verge of collapse. He even stood up in such a race extermination war. This demon Chu Feng was simply not human. He was too wicked and made them suffer. However, this also provided them with favorable time to send away some of their clansmen. Yes, don't think about it. I know where the clansmen you sent away are. They're on the Allen Star. I've already sent people to hunt them down. Just give up. Chu Feng's words caused the race to collapse even further. At almost the same time, Lady Shi sent back a picture of the heavenly umbrella killing the group of people. Demon Chu Feng, Grandpa will fight it out with you. Someone roared. There was no suspense in this battle. The Netherworld race was killed by Chu Feng, and their corpses were strewn all over the field. All kinds of divine weapons were brought out, but unfortunately, they all became tonics for the demonic ancestors' cauldron. After this battle, some of the most famous clans of the Netherworld race, those who had attacked Earth back then, were completely annihilated. On the Netherworld star, black clouds surged. This race was similar to the corpse race in that they both liked the dark and didn't want to live under the sun. Now, the whole planet was filled with the smell of blood. Extra, extra. The Netherworld race was also defeated. The most famous clan was massacred and slaughtered. The starry sky was boiling over. At the same time, Chu Feng's hair stood on end as he felt a wave of horror. He stood in the Netherworld star region and couldn't help but look back. He saw a pair of giant eyes close and slowly disappear. Who was that? Yellow Cattle replied. Don't worry, that's the person I invited. He always suspected that there might be an old fellow from the Netherworld race alive, so he followed me. Now it seems that old fellow is either dead or has entered the primal chaos universe. Who is this person? Chu Feng looked at the giant eyes that had disappeared and felt that it wasn't necessarily weaker than a heaven illuminator. The person who taught me the robbery induction breathing technique won't live for long. He's going to die soon. Yellow Cattle sighed lightly. He was a bit sad, but he wasn't willing to say anything more. Next, Chu Feng went to conquer a few more races. They had all followed the deity race and the Netherworld race to attack Earth in ancient times. Today, they all paid the price in blood within a day. In the end, the world was silent. Chu Feng had ended his campaign. At this moment, he had visited all the hostile races and the Earth was dyed with blood. Chapter 907. Chu Feng stood in the cosmos, gazing at the boundless darkness and the specks of hazy starlight. He was lost in thought. He felt very empty. He had slain all his natural enemies and taken revenge for his ancestors, but he didn't feel particularly excited. Perhaps he would feel this kind of lonely melancholy after reaching his goal and climbing to the peak. This is an illness that must be treated. The Black Yak was fairly direct and pointed it out on the first prick. Chu Feng was speechless. Although the words weren't pleasant to hear, they did make some sense. For a moment, he seemed to have lost his goal and felt somewhat lost. He logged into the Origin Beast platform and saw many messages. Then, he only let out a light sigh. Look, Demon King Chu Feng has finally logged in and appeared on the platform again. What does this mean? He only let out a light sigh at the camera and then gazed at the cosmos without saying a word. People saw his golden account light up and pinned to the top of the Origin Beast platform's homepage. This immediately caused a huge sensation. After all, Chu Feng had just committed a shocking crime. He had massacred hostile races and even conquered 2 of the 10 greats. How could people not be shocked? His appearance was no less than a cosmic hurricane. It swept through every region, and countless people flocked to the Origin Beast platform's live streaming platform. Demon King Chu Feng, no, I should say Divine King Chu. May I ask how you feel after traversing the cosmos and annihilating your opponents? The news exploded like an explosion. Chu Feng's golden account light up continuously. As the number of visitors increased to an astronomical number, it began to shine with divine lights of various colors. This was the Origin Beast platform's setting. The more attention it received, the more special it would be when the account appeared. It would be sacred and splendid. In the end, Chu Feng didn't say much. He only let out a sigh that made people puzzled. Don't you understand? He came up with the account, being invincible is so lonely, and left an empty sigh. He's lamenting that being invincible is too cold. Some people interpreted it too excessively. At this moment, people from the Black Blood platform couldn't sit still anymore. They also wanted to invite Chu Feng to authenticate with them, and then log in to discuss some issues. Now, everyone in the Starry Skies knew that Demon King Chu Feng's every move attracted attention from all sides. He was a natural topic of discussion. Chu Feng was very polite and expressed that they could talk. At the same time, he naturally mentioned that he had been researching the worlds in near at hand recently, and asked if the Black Blood platform had a complete version of the scripture. The person in charge of the Black Blood platform really wanted to say, "Good morning, Tian Feng." Damn it, asking for the legendary ultimate movement technique as soon as he opened his mouth. That was way too greedy. If it was just one or two scriptures, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the complete version of the worlds in near at hand, along with the shrinking earth to inches and the divine limbs, was known as the strongest movement technique in the Een Realm universe. It was priceless, and those who had truly grasped it would not be willing to give it all away. Black platform person of the technique of. Even if we can't make a deal, we can still work together in the future. Chu Feng politely and decisively ended the call. He said, of business I have of. At the same time, many experts set off for various places and rushed toward the Shilin clan, deity race, and other places to pick up the loot. Under normal circumstances, who would dare offend these powerful races? But now it was different. Everyone, including the corpse race, had been crippled by Chu Feng. Apart from the commoners who hadn't been killed, all of their high-level combat power had been plucked out and wiped out. Among such orthodoxies, 2 of them had once ranked among the top 10. They contained many heavenly treasures and concentrated spiritual essences. People believed that even if Chu Feng and the others plowed through, there would still be pearls left behind and divine objects left behind. They had come to pick up the leftovers. Doubtlessly, whether it was the deity race, the Shilin clan, the corpse race, the spirit race, or the netherworld race, they had all suffered a second injury. Evolvers who dared to cross the River of Stars had a certain level of confidence and were mostly quasi-saints. These people had come with great ambitions and naturally didn't care for ordinary things. As such, they wanted nothing more than to overturn the entire ruins and the entire planet. How hateful! A group of masked people has invaded my deity race. What are you doing? Whether it was the deity race or the spirit race, the survivors were all shocked and angry. At the same time, they were somewhat terrified. This group of people had charged in like hungry wolves. Chu Feng didn't attack ordinary cities and didn't harm the commoners, but these people didn't care. They wanted nothing more than to plow the ground. However, this group of quasi-saints who had picked up the leftovers were very resentful and angry. All of them couldn't help but look up at the sky and howl, "It's too damn clean." The deity race's ancestral city and the corpse race's ancestral land are all gone. Did they encounter a locust plague? Even the leaves had been nibbled clean. After digging 3 feet into the ground, they discovered that there were people who were even more thorough than them. They had long since dug through everything. Some quasi-saints couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but complain in the starry sky. They said indignantly, "Mother of Asterisker, not to mention the grass and leaves, even the soil has been dug away." He couldn't take it anymore and posted a picture on the Origin Beast platform. He said that he originally wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground, but in the end he had only dug 1 foot when he fell into a huge pit. Only then did he realize with a stupefied expression that Chu Feng and the others had dug several feet deep into the ground. They had actually taken away even the soil. This was too shameful. They had never seen such a savage thief who left nothing behind. The starry sky was in an uproar. At the same time, people were a bit dizzy. Demon King Chu Feng had looted so thoroughly, it seemed that nothing would be left of the deity race's ancestral city and the corpse race's netherworld. Naturally, the major platforms were in an uproar. The group of people was speechless and simply didn't know what to say. After Chu Feng learned of this, he only curled his lips. He really wanted to say, "What do you guys know? I'm collecting mutant soil. This is something more important than other rare objects." More than one quasi-saint was resentful. In the end, all the quasi-saints who crossed the starry sky to pick up the leftovers were depressed. One by one, they looked up at the sky and sighed in grief and indignation. We can't afford to provoke him. 1 meter higher sky isn't enough to describe Demon King Chu Feng's savagery. He dug several feet into the ground, and not even a blade of grass grew wherever he went. Even the mouse holes were emptied. I saw with my own eyes that a few mouse spirits were crying. He's too shameless. I'm so angry. The group of quasi-saints was so angry that they couldn't restrain their anger. That was because opening a super wormhole required a high price. The losses this time were great, and they had made a wasted trip. They really couldn't understand. The Grand Demon King Chu had conquered several races in one day and opened many treasure houses. In the end, he had actually dug several feet deep into the ground and even moved the soil away. This was too shameful. After this kind of news spread, the evolvers of every race sighed. They absolutely mustn't provoke Demon King Chu. If they were targeted by him, it would be extremely miserable. They wouldn't even have their underpants left. A saint child stood out to testify at the first instance. After they were captured on Earth back then, many saint children have been robbed too cleanly. Even their socks have been taken. If you have the guts, why don't you try splashing dirty water on me again? Chu Feng refuted the rumor immediately. Not to mention that he didn't do such a thing. He couldn't admit it even if he did. That saint child immediately turned pale with fright. Who didn't know how terrifying Demon King Chu was now? He really didn't dare to slander him. He braced himself and explained that after he was captured by Chu Feng, the old donkey had taken his socks and put them on his own body. Hee-haw, F***CK. The old donkey was depressed. Such a disgraceful thing had actually been exposed. It was too shameful. Didn't I see that those shoes and socks were refined from Pegasus skin? They were very suitable for me. Mother of Asterisker, it actually became a dark history. The old donkey said angrily as he explained to the group of brothers. To the outside world, he refused to admit it no matter what. He said that he had only snatched some goddess undergarments. As for the shoes and socks, he couldn't be bothered to touch them. This outrageous product. Once these words came out, all the goddesses and saintesses who had been captured before turned pale. They scrambled to declare that it wasn't them who hadn't experienced those things. The old donkey was very pleased. He spoke casually and changed the focus of the topic. But not long after, he couldn't laugh anymore. Some people came to visit Chu Feng, and they were all famous races in the starry skies. All of them came with great gifts. Chu Feng's battle shocked the starry skies and was worthy of everyone's goodwill. Whether it was Yellow Cattle, the Black Yak, or Zhou Quan and the Manchurian Tiger, they all received many rare gifts. The old donkey opened his own and discovered that apart from silk stockings, there were also women's hollow undergarments. He was immediately dumbfounded and wanted to curse out loud. What was the use of these things? He wanted rare, secret treasures. Chu Feng's expression wasn't very good either. Apart from receiving some normal gifts, he also received boxes and boxes of soil. Not to mention the mutant soil, there were also some messy soil. His expression was dark. Just like the old donkey, he was considered to have a special collecting hobby. When some platforms came to cooperate with him again, Chu Feng happily agreed. He told them that there would indeed be big movements, and that they could open a wormhole for him now. The next moment, Chu Feng led a group of great demons through the wormhole and brought Earth into outer space. Goodbye, everyone. After that, he ran away with the Black Yak, Yellow Cattle, and the others. They directly entered Earth and returned home. Mother asterisk her, he ran away? The people from those platforms were dumbfounded. This demon king had disappeared just like that, and he only wanted them to send him home? Chu Feng, this isn't too good, is it? Someone contacted him and reminded him tactfully. This wasn't in line with his current status. Don't worry, something big will happen next. Just wait and see. Chu Feng said casually and then ignored them. At this moment, the emotions of many evolvers on Earth were fluctuating. They couldn't calm down. For example, the corporations and the marine race. They thought about the changes in the past year and found it hard to believe that Chu Feng had already fought his way into the starry sky and killed his way to fame. Among them, the most apprehensive were the evolvers from the Three Immortal Island. They were almost scared to death. In the past, they were very confident, but now, it was too late for regrets. The faces of the people from the Three Immortal Island were pale and bloodless. Great Demon Chu had even conquered the deity race and the corpse race. How could they live if he returned like this? Wake up the old ancestor. Wake up my ass. Do you want to learn from the machine race and the Shilin clan and cheat your ancestors? What should we do? At the same time, the black dragon race of the Southern Sea was also terrified. Those who had enmity with Chu Feng were all scared. This killer dared to kill even saints. If he really wanted to settle accounts with them, wouldn't that be as easy as flipping his hand? In the universe, many powerful races were on the move. They were preparing to set off and send people to Earth. They wanted to restore normal communication with Earth and realize communication. Brother, what are you going to do after returning? The Black Yak asked Chu Feng. He could see that Chu Feng was pondering something. Chapter 908. Chu Feng and some of the great demons of Kunlun had returned. As for some people and his parents, they were still in the starry sky and had yet to return. After all, Yao Yao had given them a warning before disappearing. They had to take it seriously. Chu Feng flew down from space and landed at the foot of Mount Taihang in the north. He entered Qingyang town, his old home. The spiritual energy was several times denser. The grass and trees in the town were fresh, and the leaves glowed with green light. Most of the residents had become mutants. That was because ordinary mutant fruits were not rare in the fields and mountains. Many ordinary people would take the first step on the path of evolution after eating them. In addition, the changes in the world had become even more rapid. All fruits, vegetables, and grains were different from before. Long-term consumption could greatly improve one's physique. In the distance, the majestic Mount Taihang towered into the clouds. Following the revival of spiritual energy, the entire mountain range had become even more magnificent. Looking from afar, a silver waterfall hung down from the thousands of meters tall mountain like a roaring silver dragon. There was also a dense mist rising, extremely gorgeous. At the same time, one could hear the cries of apes and the roars of tigers. One could also see birds of prey streaking across the horizon and the indistinct silhouettes of huge beasts in the mountains. In some areas and forests, there were many toads the size of millstones and golden centipedes, over a meter long. They had become a paradise for poisonous insects. Fortunately, they were in the folded space and could be seen, but they still couldn't come out for a while. This world pays attention to balance. It seems that the Earth's will is being controlled intentionally. When ordinary people haven't evolved to a strong enough level, the folded space can't completely connect with the Earth's main space. Those birds of prey and poisonous insects can't come in. Chu Feng said. He was slightly relieved. Yellow Cattle looked at the distant Mount Taihang in a daze. Back then, it had come from the star passage behind this mountain range and met Chu Feng and Zhou Quan. The small town was still the same and hadn't suffered any damage. Of course, there were many fewer people in the town. Back then, there was a period when the sky was covered in ice and snow. That harsh winter was exceptionally cold, and the world's population fell by more than 30%. Little Feng, Uncle Lu stood in front of the grocery store. His body was especially strong and healthy. He was like a different person compared to before. His hair was no longer gray, and it was as if he had returned to his middle age. Uncle Lu. Chu Feng hurried over. The reason why he came back was because he always felt that he might have to part, that he was going to go on a long journey, fearing that he would never see her again in this life. He had this kind of feeling on a whim, so he came to reminisce about old times, to see an old friend. Yellow Ox also moved closer to Chu Feng. Back then, it was Chu Feng who had picked out that high-end communicator from Uncle Lu. Of course, it was later proven that Chu Feng had tricked it. That communicator was a product that had been discarded many years ago. In an instant, a burly man rushed over. His hair was black and shiny like steel needles. This was Zhao Sanyi from the Cold Weapons Workshop. He was the one who had given Chu Feng his ancestral thunderous bow. "Third Master, have you regained your youth?" Chu Feng joked. Zhao Sanyi was a tough guy. It was rare for him to feel embarrassed. Uncle Lu explained on the side, saying that he now had another young son, who was even younger than his grandson. "Congratulations, Zhao Sanyi." Chu Feng laughed heartily. "Little brat, you still dare to laugh at me?" Zhao Sanyi didn't treat Chu Feng as an outsider. He didn't have any misgivings just because Chu Feng had evolved to a higher level. The town was in an uproar. After all, information was very advanced nowadays. Many people knew that Chu Feng could enter the starry skies, and they even knew of his achievements in the outer realms. Chu Feng had just returned to his two-story house when he was surrounded by the townspeople. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. He could only give Uncle Lu and Zhao Sanyi some mutant fruits in private. Then, he quickly left. Afterward, Chu Feng entered Shuntian City. This was the largest city in the north. Very soon, he met up with Old Man Lu Tong at the Hollow Jade Temple, one of the 3 mutant organizations. The master of the Hollow Jade Temple, Yuan, had repeatedly opposed Chu Feng and was killed by Chu Feng at the Day Pond in Shandong. Later on, the relevant parties invited Lu Tong to take control of the Hollow Jade Temple. There's nothing much to say. This old man will treat you to some wine and help you evolve in a while. We don't lack mutant fruits at the moment. Chu Feng gazed at Shuntian City. There were many mountains outside the city, and they were almost connected to this modern metropolis. All kinds of huge beasts and birds of prey roamed about. For those with strength, the scenery was quite magnificent. The clairvoyant Du Huaijin, the clairaudient Ouyang Qing, and Yi Qingru had also arrived. During the fierce battle at the Great Abyss, they had also cheered along with Yellow Cattle, saying that they wanted to enter the outer realms. In fact, Yellow Cattle didn't let them go. The group gathered together and drank a lot. As they became slightly tipsy, the unfamiliarity caused by time, space, and strength was eliminated. The group completely relaxed. "Chu Feng, I can't believe that you've already fought your way into the starry skies while we're still hopping around on Earth. This is too unreal," Du Huaijin said with a lisp. "Don't worry, I'll give you mutant fruits in a while. You can all advance a step further." Chu Feng patted his shoulder. "Don't tell me you're going to stir up some big trouble this time?" Lu Tong asked as he understood Chu Feng very well. "Yes, I'm going to revive all the famed mountains and great rivers," Chu Feng said. This immediately sobered the group of people up. "You guys come with me." Chu Feng invited them. When the famed mountains were revived, there might be some strange treasures that he wanted to give to these people. Similarly, when he saw these people again, Chu Feng's heart palpitated. He had an indescribable feeling that he might not be able to see them again for a long time. This might even be the last time he would see them. His sudden impulse and indescribable comprehension made his heart tremble. After the meal, Chu Feng began to take action. He brought the great demons of Kunlun, as well as Old Man Lu Tong and the others, and they began to set out. Along the way, he conversed with the demonic ancestral cauldron, asking when he was going to the foreign realm. "Wait until I digest the energy this time, then I'll deduce which day is suitable." The demonic ancestral cauldron replied. "You still need to deduce." Chu Feng was truly anxious from waiting, fearing that the foreign realm's young vermilion bird would become the old vermilion bird. If he was late, that would be terrible. "Do you think connecting the 2 realms is that easy? It almost takes my old life every time." The demonic ancestral cauldron was dissatisfied. At the same time, It warned Chu Feng that if he opened it carelessly, it might bring over large amounts of strange matter from that realm. It was better to be careful and choose a special and safe time. When Chu Feng heard this, his expression became solemn as he nodded. Even though he wanted to save the young vermilion bird earlier, he couldn't be too willful and careless. Chu Feng, how are you going to revive the famed mountains? Lu Tong asked. Now that the earth was recovering, what other methods could he use to catalyze it? Hee-haw, just wait to witness a miracle. We've emptied out the deity race, Shilin clan, and the Netherworld race. If we still can't revive the earth, then we'll be letting down this domain grandmaster, Chu Feng. The old donkey was immensely proud of himself, as if he was about to display his extraordinary methods. This is the demon donkey who stripped the outer realm Saint Child's underwear and socks. Du Huaijin asked, how can you say that? The old donkey's face twitched. This dark history couldn't be covered up on Earth, and everyone knew about it. Let's start from Mount Taiyang, Chu Feng said. Then, he took out hundreds of spatial bracelets and opened them all. Amidst rumbling sounds, a vast amount of strange soil poured down in torrents, covering the mountains and rivers. At the same time, he used his domain methods to open up the ancient sealed land. This caused the spiritual energy of Mount Taiyang to rise sharply and auspicious clouds to appear in millions and millions. The creatures in the mountains and the nearby residents were all shocked. Chapter 909. Although it couldn't be done in one go, the spiritual energy in the area was indeed increasing like a volcanic eruption. It was completely different now. Then, they rushed to their next destination. Chu Feng had too much mutant soil on him. His spatial bracelet had long since been filled to the brim, and he had almost hollowed out the famed mountains and rivers of the enemy races. Chu Feng had left behind some of the most precious multicolored mutant soil and was prepared to scatter the rest over the famed mountains on Earth. He wanted to stimulate them and restore them to their former saint realm. On this day, it was as if the earth had been turned upside down. One spiritual mountain after another rose from the ground, and the landscape had changed greatly. At the same time, some ancient temples, Taoist temples, and palaces also appeared along with the spiritual mountains. Unfortunately, there were only skeletons left. There were no living beings in these ancient buildings. Additionally, some secret realms also appeared on this day. For instance, the Mount Wangwu secret realm and the Himalayas secret realm. There were living beings in them, and some of them had come out to help Chu Feng when he was fighting against the divine Son of Heaven. At that time, only a small portion of them could come out. Now, Chu Feng had arrived personally and scattered a vast amount of mutant soil. At the same time, he had used his Grandmaster-level techniques to open the seal and allow their entire race to come out. This was a shocking change. The entire planet's landscape was changing rapidly, and its surface area was expanding without limit. There were many mysterious regions that had never been seen before. Of course, everything was within Chu Feng's control. Boom! When Chu Feng opened up the pilgrimage grounds, the world was turned upside down. At the same time, the spiritual energy surged, 9-colored divine light shot into the sky, and Mount Tai rumbled and trembled. It was rising continuously toward the sky, and the majestic mountain increased in size by 10 times. It became increasingly majestic and oppressive. On Mount Tai, there was a waterfall and a spring. An ancient sacred tree was germinating. Although it couldn't produce divine buds immediately, that day wouldn't be too far away. The sacred tree was reviving at the pilgrimage grounds. This was a major event. It's really turning the world upside down. The old man Lu Tong sighed. We finally don't need to eat the outer realm's divine medicines. Our earth is also about to produce them. The black yak laughed. Du Huaijin, Yi Qingru, and the other evolvers from Earth were speechless when they heard this. One could imagine how crazy this group of great demons was in the outer realms. They could even snatch some sacred medicines. Without a doubt, Big Black Yak, Ouyang Feng, yellow cattle, and the others were preparing to attain the quasi-sage realm. Buzz. The five-colored altar in Mount Tai's secret realm was trembling. There were some precious sacrificial items on it. Back then, Chu Feng had obtained immortality peaches and cinnabar fruits from there, but there were other items that couldn't be taken away, such as the small golden seal, the ancient bronze cauldron, and others. Now, he had returned to this place as a domain grandmaster. He had opened Mount Tai's seal and sprinkled down an endless amount of mutant soil. Ascending the altar was no longer a problem. Chi, chi, chi. Divine light rushed into the sky. Holy energy surged. Chu Feng grabbed all the offerings on the altar in one breath and placed them on the ground. A saint-level weapon that belongs to our Earth. A group of people cried out in surprise. They were incomparably happy. That's not all. Some of the famed mountains contain Earth's ancient inheritances. Additionally, countless ruins are about to come into being. Earth's most glorious ancient civilization is about to appear, said Chu Feng, so much so that he could vaguely sense the aura of some terrifying energy pagodas in this world. They were resonating with him. Additionally, there were some grand ancient cave residences that were emitting auspicious light through the gaps in the various large-scale domains. They were about to explode. An incomparably glorious era is about to arrive. Old man Lu Tong sighed. At this time, the whole world was paying attention to Chu Feng's group. They were opening a legend and tearing off the shackles. Boom! At the same time, the chaotic universe was also turning upside down. A certain region was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Chaotic chi surged violently in the war god palace like a mountain torrent or a vast ocean breaching its dike. It was too majestic and terrifying. Energy covered the sky and earth as it wreaked havoc everywhere. The remains of this divine palace exploded as a divine position came into being. Other fortunes and fortunes appeared as jade books flew out like flowing light. There were also all kinds of books and weapons streaking across the sky like meteors. There were even secret treasures shooting out. During the recent year, a vast number of evolvers had gathered in this region. They were all waiting for the divine position to come into being. The day they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Not good, not good. Is this a trap? Look, that divine position is burning and exploding. It's about to be destroyed. Not good. What's going on? All kinds of jade books are dancing in the air and overflowing with light. They've turned into a domain. Not good. We've been trapped. Heavens, the entire war god palace and the divine position are all a catalyst. They're burning together to open another ancient and mysterious seal. Just what kind of place is this? People were shocked to find that they couldn't break free from the shackles, no matter how powerful their divine abilities were. Moreover, many people discovered that more than half of their essence blood had been consumed, and their energy consumption was even greater. Was this a passive blood sacrifice? Crack. Finally, after the war god palace was completely burned, a crack appeared in the primal chaos in front of them. Then, it cracked open and endless yang qi covered the sky and earth. It was like a raging wave beating against the shore, knocking many people over. That's a world. Could it be that we've opened a path to the Yang realm? For a moment, people were shaken. They saw the beautiful mountains and the ancient village built on the mountains. They also saw the godlike creatures in the village soar into the sky and stare at them. It's come into being. We should return to the Yang realm. Someone in the village laughed heartily. The saints outside were so shocked that they bled from their 7 apertures and were terrified. In reality, there are also a few guests from the Yang realm here. They originally wanted to witness the birth of the war god palace and see if there were any divine objects worth plundering. Now, these people were shocked and felt that it was inconceivable as they stared at the village in the primal chaos. It's reported that in the past, our Yang realm paid a huge price to open a passage and sent a genius army into the Yang realm to search for something. They never returned. Could it be them? Even though they all came from the Yang realm, shock appeared on their faces when they whispered like this. At the same time, in that ancient village, a woman walked briskly and raised her head to look at the outside world. She was extraordinary and instantly regained her tranquility. If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely recognize that this was actually Linoy. Back then, Linoy relied on the unimaginable superstar energy pagoda to travel far away. She never returned and completely disappeared. She actually came to the chaotic universe and entered a sealed land. One could imagine how extraordinary that pagoda was. The world has been turned upside down. It's finally come into being. In this village, many people soared into the sky. The old people's blood energy was tyrannical and tore the sky apart. The middle-aged people suppressed the world, and the young people were rebellious. Each one was stronger than the other and looked down on their peers in the outside world. Return to the Yang realm. Chapter 9-10. The Black Yak, the Old Donkey, Ouyang Feng, and the other great demons had all obtained a divine weapon to protect themselves. Their collective strength had increased substantially. At the same time, ruins appeared near Mount Tai. There used to be many evolver sects here, but they were cleared out by Chu Feng and obtained a large number of broken books. The group was stunned. There were many astonishing inheritances in the ruins, such as the Heavenly Halberd 9 forms, the Eastern Violet Chief Fist, and the Sky Severing Finger. They were all famous ancient battle techniques. Everyone was excited. This was only the preliminary excavation of the ruins. The earth was so big, and there were many places where sects gathered. How many inheritances were there? As expected, after activating the Yellow Mountain Secret Realm, he opened up a large number of Earth Flame Palaces and obtained dozens of flame control techniques and medicine refinement scriptures. This shocked everyone. This kind of value was too shocking. This was the complete appearance of the medicine refinement system. It could nurture a large number of talents in this field. At the same time, there were some furnaces and medicine cauldrons underground. They weren't ordinary items. Among them, there was a fiery red sacred furnace that was the most astonishing. It was bobbing up and down in the extreme yang flame essence. After appearing, a medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. This was a treasure among medicinal furnaces, a precious furnace that was rarely seen even among the saint level. A divine medicine refinement furnace. This furnace can be considered a peerless item if anyone wants to study medicinal herbs in the future. Additionally, there was a golden saint-level jujube tree on Mount Tai. It was brimming with essence, energy, and emitting an astonishing amount of vitality as it grew continuously. Presumably, it would blossom and bear fruit before long. The next stop was Mount Hua. After sprinkling a large amount of mutant soil onto the ground, Mount Hua emitted the sound of weapons clanging. The mountains here were exceptionally precipitous, and each peak stood erect like a divine spear piercing through the heavens. After Mount Hua's revival, 108 mountain peaks rose sharply and shot into the sky. They were all tens of thousands of meters tall and were enshrouded in white mist. Dense runes and sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. It was as if 108 divine spears had come back to life. Even Chu Feng was shocked. Very soon, they discovered inscriptions on many mountain peaks. They were spear scriptures and spear scriptures. There were scriptures from the golden arhat level to the saint level, and there was everything one could think of. No wonder Mount Hua has been known for its steep peaks since ancient times. Too many related scriptures were buried here, and now they've appeared. At the same time, Chu Feng found an energy pagoda here. What shocked him was that he had obtained the most powerful divine technique of ancient Earth, the flying immortal spear. Now Chu Feng had grasped the complete divine technique, the lightning fist and the incomplete Virokana fist. They were all taught to him by Lady Shi. Now, he had finally obtained another one, and it belonged to Earth. A divine technique. Even yellow cattle gasped in admiration. In ancient Earth, there should have been two divine skills. One was the flying immortal spear, and the other was the heaven-flipping seal. They had obtained one of them. Record these scriptures properly and pass them to the appropriate person or leave them for the fated person, shouted Ouyang Feng. And the mountains, all in mountains, the mountains and Feng, and in mountains the Tao and time. Even the ordinary people felt it. Those who were weak and sickly were full of vigor, as if they had become strong and healthy in a day. There was no need to talk about evolvers. Many people experienced a sharp increase in their strength. Carps leaped up from some great rivers, as if they were about to transform into dragons. Five-colored deer grew scales on some huge mountains, as if they were about to evolve into cheilants. Of course, this was all an illusion. It was only their first step. The road to evolution was endless, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years they would need to become divine beasts. When Chu Feng entered the land of Shu, the cries of swords shook the sky. Mount Shu trembled, as if it was about to transform into flying swords. There were even some mountains that directly uprooted from the ground, emitting sword light that crisscrossed the sky. Sword scriptures. No wonder there are so many sword immortals in Sichuan. Every mountain has an inheritance. This is a holy land for sword cultivators. Chu Feng sighed. He had opened a huge secret realm here. Unfortunately, there were countless corpses inside, and all the forebears were dead. Yellow Cattle, Wu Qifeng, Zhou Quan, Mastiff King, and the others were seriously cleaning up the ancient books and recording all the sword scriptures. These were all lost knowledge. They had to be passed down regardless of whether they practiced it or not. The ancient earth was glorious because hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy, and there were many holy lands for evolution. Just like that, Chu Feng traveled all over the world and opened all the holy mountains, allowing the earth to advance from the late age of chaos to the golden age of cultivation overnight. At the very least, in just one day, the Earth's cultivation environment was already comparable to that of a 5-star civilization. It was even moving towards 6 stars. There was no doubt that there would be another explosion of spiritual energy in a few days. At that time, apart from the lack of core evolvers, the Earth could indeed be called a high-level holy land for evolution. With the accumulation of time, it would not take more than a few years to recreate the environment of the ancient times where spiritual energy was like a tide. Dragon Tiger Mountain was revived. Clouds were rising and falling, making it look like a fairyland. Ancient pine trees appeared one after another on the Scarlet Mountain. They undulated like green waves and stretched as far as the eye could see. In addition, there were all kinds of strange stones that were suffused with brilliance. They actually contained order runes. The group of people gasped. Cultivating here would yield twice the results with half the effort. It was worthy of being a famous divine land. Chu Feng had excavated a large training ground here. It was extremely suitable for evolvers to temper themselves. In addition, there were many shocking Taoist rites, and there were a lot of ancient books. The most important thing was that he dug out Dragon Tiger Mountain's treasure, the Dragon Tiger Shears. In the past, this sect's secret treasure had manifested long ago. It turned into a dragon and a tiger that twisted the flying saucer in half and cut down any weapons that attacked it. Its might was merciless, a treasure among holy weapons. It's not weaker than the purple golden bamboo with innate spiritual light. Chu Feng was astonished. He then picked it out and gave it to Yellow Cattle for self-defense. I want it too. Ouyang Feng was dissatisfied. What's the hurry? The earth is so big. How many training grounds have been opened? There are plenty of treasures waiting for you to choose. After making a big round and arriving at Mount Lao, Chu Feng was lost in thought and didn't move for a long time. He thought of Linoy and couldn't calm his heart. Back then, she used a scheme to eliminate all the troops from the Great Qi dynasty and drifted far away. She disappeared from the world with the help of the superstar Energy Pagoda. Where is she now? Linoy was elegant, and intelligent. Although she was still considered gentle toward him, she was too opinionated. At that time, Chu Feng could only watch her from afar and couldn't get close to her. He couldn't sway her, let alone change her mind. It was very difficult to get close to such a woman. She waved her hand and went far away just like that. For the sake of her perseverance and goal, she could calmly let go of everything without leaving any ripples in her heart. Just like that, Chu Feng spent 3 days unlocking famous mountains and great rivers from all over the world. For a moment, spiritual rain sprinkled down and all living things grew. Even some stubborn rocks gained intelligence and were about to mutate and turn into monsters. The reason why he could bring back so much mutant soil was mainly due to the demonic ancestral cauldron. Its internal space was boundless like a world of nothingness. Otherwise, how could the famed mountains on the stars of the deity race, spirit race, and Shilling clan be dug out? Chu Feng spared no effort in order to let Earth recover earlier. One could imagine what kind of incomparable vitality would emerge from gathering the mutant soil on many stars. During these 3 days, the people of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou were truly trembling with fear. They had been waiting for Chu Feng to attack their door, but they were temporarily forgotten. This was a kind of torment for them. The outside world had been paying attention to Earth all along. After seeing these changes, they were all dumbfounded. This was just like the glory of ancient Earth appearing once again. Every race was researching and discussing. They decided to quickly send envoys and prepare to restore contact with Earth. At the same time, a piece of news that shook the universe arrived. There was a shocking change in the depths of the primal chaos. Not good. The primal chaos universe has exploded. All those who participated in the fight for the divine position were trapped. A bloody battle took place there. It was a tragic sight, and blood flowed like a river. In the end, that place was sealed. This is bad. Not to mention the experts of our universe. Even the experts of the primal chaos universe, including the true gods, were affected. They were almost wiped out. Wave after wave of news arrived. In short, the evolvers who went to the primal chaos universe were almost all met with misfortune. A shocking bloody incident occurred in that universe, and a large area of space collapsed. On that day, the crack between the Een Realm universe and the primal chaos universe was completely closed. This caused a huge earthquake and caused an uproar. Did this mean that those who went to the primal chaos universe couldn't return? Heavens, what happened there? Even the road was cut off. In the Een Realm universe, all the sects were shocked and then trembled. Many people rushed to the edge of the universe and attacked the primal chaos crack there. In the end, it was useless. That area was completely closed and the road was sealed. It no longer existed. 2 days later, people had no choice but to accept the fact that their connection with the primal chaos universe had been cut off. From then on, most of those who left would never return. Not to mention how many of them could survive that tragic change. Even if some of them were unharmed, they couldn't cross the primal chaos and return to the Een Realm universe. Until now, many people were horrified to find that the power structure of this universe had been completely rewritten. Did you guys notice? The deity race is wailing, and their disciples are still running for their lives. You're too slow to realize that the corpse race, spirit race, and netherworld race's remaining people are also extremely low-key. All of them are hiding like turtles. Do you know why? They're done for. After that, some people hit the nail on the head and pointed out that the top 10 were about to be overturned. Which race was the most powerful evolver now? People were stunned to find that it was extremely likely to be Earth. Previously, some people were still sneering and waiting to see the Heaven Illuminators find trouble with Chu Feng after they returned and attack Earth. But now, they were shocked to find that everything had changed. Demon King Chu Feng's luck is off the charts. He's avoided the calamity. Idiot, just drop it. So what if a Heaven Illuminator comes back? Do you think Demon King Chu Feng will be afraid? Have you forgotten the last divine war? The deity race, netherworld race, spirit race, and machine race's Heaven Illuminators were destroyed one after another. They've long since been crippled. What can they do even if they return? That's true. People sighed. At the same time, many people were scared. They suddenly realized that Earth had already become a colossus that looked down on the entire Een Realm universe. No one could match it. Under the Heaven Illuminators, There was Chu Feng, who could sweep through all enemies. At the Heaven Illuminator level, the entire universe was empty, but Earth still had three: the Red Spider Lily, the woman holding the giant door under Kunlun, and Yao Yao's grandfather. "I'm going to sue you." Many people jumped up. What era was this? The Heaven Illuminators had disappeared everywhere and no longer existed, but there were still three on Earth. The world's number one power, the top 10 added together, can't compare to the current Earth. This was subversive, and everyone was stunned. All the evolutionary sects in every corner of the universe were shaken, especially the races that had enmity with Earth. It was truly horrifying. Don't forget that there's a white-clothed woman in the Abyss who's on good terms with Chu Feng. She personally helped him eliminate 2 Heaven Illuminators. The entire starry sky turned silent at the mention of this woman. Was Earth going to defy the heavens? Earth had risen overnight and was already able to command the world and reign supreme in the universe. Quickly send an emissary to Earth to establish good relations. No, we have to unite by marriage. Demon Chu Feng only has one wife now. What about our family's princess? No matter what, she's a peerless beauty among the top 10 in the universe. Her status is just right to become his Tao companion. There's a divine crane in our race with a very strong divine bird bloodline. She can become Ouyang Feng's Tao companion. Oh, I remember now. There's a female tortoise with the divine beast black tortoise's bloodline in her body. She's a good match with Ouyang Feng. What should we do? We're mortal enemies with the Earth lineage. Will Demon King Chu come and annihilate us completely? For a moment, the universe was in chaos. Chapter 911. The world changed overnight. The crack in the primal chaos was sealed, and the unstable path was cut off. Those who left could never return. This caused an intense discussion that was like a landslide or a tsunami. The rise of Earth was unstoppable. In outer space, emperor carriages appeared one after another. War chariots rushed out of the wormhole and hurried over. Some were anxious, some were solemn, and some had smiles on their faces, reporting, "The peacock royal race has come to visit." 4 elders have personally led a team with the race's saint's son Ji Cheng and Princess Ji Xian. They've brought along valuable gifts and are requesting to enter Earth. A bear demon with pale golden fur and a single horn on his head reported to Mount Kunlun. A group of great demons were here, and each of them had a group of lesser demons under them. There were many evolvers in the majestic Kunlun mountain. The current Earth could already look down on the starry sky. With such a powerful trump card, no one would dare to casually barge in. They would need to report after reaching outer space. If they really wanted to enter, they would have to report to the higher-ups first. If they weren't allowed to enter, it would mean that a war would break out. In the past, evolvers of any race could come here at will and not care about the thoughts of the natives of this barbaric planet. They could come and go as they pleased. But now, they were so cautious and solemn. The contrast was too great. "Let him in." The Black Yak waved his hand and allowed them to pass. The peacock race could enter Earth. A group of great demons sat in a certain hall in Mount Kunlun. All of them were very steady because too many envoys had rushed over today. They were all from powerful races. In the past, the top 100 were the leaders, so they had long since calmed down. In such a short period of time, they had received so many gifts that their hands were numb. Now, they were no longer receiving the envoys together. Instead, a random great demon was dealing with a clan in a palace hall. The main reason was that there were too many visitors. "Who will go this time?" the Black Yak asked. "I'll go." The golden-winged rock king got up. His long golden hair draped over his shoulders. He was also a member of the great demons of Kunlun and had once taken charge of Mount Hua. Along with the elder ape of the Great Woods Temple and the mountain tortoise of the Kongtong sect, he was considered an outstanding figure in the early days of Earth and was the first to establish a sect. When the Black Dragon King and the Arctic King of the West launched a large-scale expedition to the east and invaded Kunlun, the golden-winged Peng King had directly returned to stop them. "Well, very good. The Rock King is a close relative of the Peacock clan, said the Siberian tiger. Your Majesty, the 3 elders of the undead silkworm race have come to outer space with Princess Divine Silkworm. They have already reported that they wish to visit Kunlun. Another small demon rushed over from the mountain gate and reported loudly. The undead silkworm race is extremely powerful and is ranked in the top 10. They are not weaker than the peacock race. Their undead silkworm prince has always been one of the top young experts in the universe. Why is there another princess today? The Mastiff King was astonished. The princess of the undead silkworm race is one of the top 10 beauties of the current universe. Her beauty can shock the heavens, and in a sense, she is even more famous than the undead silkworm prince. Soon, they found out that after the undead silkworm race was received in Kunlun, they had tactfully stated their intentions. They actually wanted a marriage alliance. I've long heard that immortal King Chu is honest, kind, and righteous. Our princess admires young heroes the most. The elders of our royal family are interested in improving the relationship with the earth. We hope the undead silkworm race hope to marry off their daughter so that they could form the closest strategic relationship with Earth and become one of their powerful allies. The great demon king in charge of receiving them didn't dare to make the decision. He invited the black yak, the Manchurian tiger, Wu Qifeng, the old llama, and the others to receive them together. As for Chu Feng himself, he stayed at Mount Longhu and didn't receive any of the visitors. He quietly read all kinds of ancient books, from the flying immortal spear to the Mount Shu sword scripture, and then to the Yellow Mountain's secret art of controlling fire and refining medicine. He read them all regardless of whether he wanted to study them thoroughly. It could be said that he had gained a lot. He was born from an unorthodox background, so reading all kinds of scriptures on such a large scale was extremely beneficial to him. Afterwards, Chu Feng read all the ancient books and ancient books seriously, be it magical seals, fist scriptures, halberd techniques, knife scriptures, or cauldron techniques. He was now an evolver at the quasi-saint level and had an extraordinary memory. Even if he couldn't understand everything in a short time, he could still forcefully memorize them. Chu Feng constantly absorbed nutrients. He wanted to read all the books left behind from ancient Earth and comprehend by analogy. He wanted to make up for the shortcomings of his unorthodox background. Of course, he didn't let go of the various scriptures he had plundered from the deity race, the netherworld race, and the spirit race. The deity breathing technique and the Kuan Peng true form diagram in particular were the most precious. These were treasure-grade inheritances in the entire cosmos. Chu Feng was immersed in them as one scripture after another was branded in his mind. Countless essentials transformed into glowing symbols that appeared around him and revolved around him. It looked extremely splendid. The person in charge of taking care of him was incomparably shocked. Chu Feng's entire body glowed as countless divine chains of order interweaved. They were all the embodiments of the various ancient books from the deity race, the spirit race, and ancient Earth. He sat cross-legged like a god, holy and resplendent. In Kunlun, a group of great demons was extremely busy. Soon, hundreds of envoys arrived, and they were all from top-ranked races. The envoys' army was still on the way and hadn't arrived yet. At first, they were very excited and moved. Earth, which had been in decline for a long time, actually welcomed the grand occasion of tens of thousands of races coming to congratulate it. Naturally, they felt excited. But now, after experiencing the novelty earlier, they were a bit numb. Gradually, they felt their heads swell and were simply too busy. In the end, they sent someone to call Chu Feng and told him to stop his seclusion. They had to meet the envoys from various races together. This time, they had to receive them on a large scale and couldn't entertain them one by one. Chu Feng, your wife is here. Hurry up and receive her. Ouyang Feng shouted from outside Mount Longhu. His smile was as vulgar as ever as he wished for the whole world to be in chaos. At this time, the universe was in chaos. Every race was shocked, and many people were gasping in surprise. That was because everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as the news spread. There were too many powerful races visiting Earth. At least half of the top 500 races had rushed over. In addition, many races ranked below the top 500 had also sent out envoys one after another. This was simply like a pilgrimage. When the ancient Earth was at its most glorious, they almost had to treat the deity race. They almost broke into the top 10, but they were nothing more than this. Who would have thought that the declining Earth had already become a savage land? In the end, there would still be a day of recovery. Now, every race needs to meet in court. It's hard to predict what will happen. Evolvers from all over the universe were sighing. That was because, following the news from Earth, there were more and more diplomatic missions, and their scale was rapidly increasing. At the same time, there were all kinds of shocking news. What? The undead silkworm race wants to form a marriage alliance with Earth and marry the divine silkworm princess to Demon King Chu. Extra, extra. I heard that after the peacock race learned of the situation, they aren't willing to fall behind and want to marry the peacock princess, Ji Xian, to Chu Feng. This caused a huge commotion. These two races had always been famous throughout the universe and had flourished for a long time. They were on the same level as the Damung Pure Land and had the potential to attack the top 10. The Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform were previously cursing silently. They felt that Chu Feng was too hateful. He had tricked them into opening a super wormhole and sending him back to Earth, but in the end, he didn't make any big movements. Now, they didn't have any resentment. They could carry out all kinds of news just by standing guard outside Earth. Now, they were crouching here and witnessing every race come to congratulate them. They were all alarmed. At the same time, although they had the Heaven's Eye, none of them dared to probe the situation on Earth for fear of being killed. That was because the great demon king Chu Feng had personally announced that from now on, anyone who dared to offend or spy on Earth without permission would mean war. Although they weren't used to it, all the major platforms obediently followed the rules and didn't dare to cross the red line. Chu Feng was brimming with killing intent when he said these words. He definitely wasn't joking. But after thinking about it carefully, no matter if it was the quasi-mortal race, the former deity race, or the other major races, no one dared to probe. This was dignity. In reality, there were also rules in the universe that forbade one from probing the privacy of other civilizations and races. It was just that the weak races had no right to speak. Only the strong races could intimidate others and make them abide by the rules. Extra, extra. The Tao race and Buddhist race have also come. They've dispatched a large-scale diplomatic mission led by a famous character from their race to enter Earth. The starry sky was shaken when this news came out. For a long time, the Tao race and the Buddhist race had always been the two most powerful races in the netherworld cosmos. Their status was transcendent, and they looked down on all the stars and Earth. Now, even they couldn't sit still anymore. Chu Feng personally came to Kunlun to receive the diplomatic mission from each race. As far as the eye could see, they were densely packed with powerful races from all over the starry sky. Some of them had even confronted each other before, but today they had also come. More than half of the top 10 had actually come. Not to mention the other races, this was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the deity race and the corpse race had come with their heads lowered. This shocked the starry sky. After the news spread, the starry sky was in an uproar. These two races had actually completely lowered their heads. Divine King Chu, what happened in the past was caused by our ancestors. Let bygones be bygones. We guarantee that from now on, we'll never be enemies with the Earth bloodline. If we have enmity, we're willing to be annihilated. These were the top 10 race elders of the past. Now, they were lowering their heads and making a vow in front of everyone. Their attitudes were extremely low and could even be considered humble. Everyone understood that they were afraid of being annihilated. The primal chaos crevice had closed, and the strongest experts of their races would never return. They had lost their last hope. In this vast world today, no one could stop Earth's powerful rise. Now, Chu Feng's great power had already been established. He could sweep through the starry sky and suppress a saint, the highest combat power at present. What else could these two groups use to resist? They had completely lost their courage. Chu Feng nodded. He neither ridiculed nor mocked them. Instead, he looked down at them steadily and calmly. His bearing was dignified as he told them that if what they said was true and didn't violate their oaths, then they could let it go. If you harbor evil intentions, then don't blame me for being merciless. I'll annihilate your entire race. In the end, Chu Feng shouted with a domineering aura that made people tremble. It shook Mount Kunlun. On this day, every part of the starry sky was shaken. The deity race and the corpse race bowed to express their goodwill and asked the demon king Chu Feng to be magnanimous. It was truly frightening. After many of the veteran celebrities from various races learned of this, they didn't speak for a long time. They knew that a brand new era had arrived. This era belonged to Chu Feng. No one could stifle his path, and the trajectory of his growth. Although he hadn't reached the peak of his individual abilities, everyone could already see that the demon king Chu Feng was about to take the first step to rule the world. Even the Tao race and the Buddhist race had come to the top 10. Even the deity race and the corpse race had lowered their heads. It could be seen how great the impact was. The starry sky shook violently. The quasi-mortal race couldn't sit still anymore. They immediately held an emergency meeting in secret. Then, an ancient saint personally led a team to Earth to improve relations. It was too late for regrets. It was originally a good move, but how did it end up like this? It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Where's Xiao Xiao, Wudi, and Exile the Mortal? Let's see if we can salvage everything. At the same time, Chu Feng called the Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform to Mount Kunlun. He allowed them to broadcast them live. He wanted to announce an important piece of news. Countless people across the starry sky were paying attention. They all wanted to know what he was going to do. Chapter 9:12. Chu Feng said, in the ancient war, the forebears were trampled by iron hooves. Their blood and tears have yet to dry up to this day. The situation of the women, children, the elderly, and the weak is simply too tragic. These words immediately caused a frenzied uproar. Everyone was guessing what he wanted to do. Could it be that he was going to continue massacring the lands? I believe there are still forebears struggling in the darkness and hiding in the corners of the cosmos. Now, I want to ask for the help of Tao friends from all sides. If there is any news, or if you know where the Earth's forebears are still alive, please lend a hand and bring them back. Such news naturally caused a sensation after it was announced. Divine King Chu is benevolent and righteous. Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, many powerful races were praising him and expressing their desire to act immediately. Unfortunately, it was difficult to find many descendants of the forebears. Even if there were, their courage had been worn away by the long years, and they had returned to being ordinary. Some had even been taken in as slaves. At the same time, I also want to ask for everyone's help. Earth lost too many ancient books in the ancient war, and they were lost and scattered across the cosmos. If any race has a collection, please return them. We will definitely reward you generously. After these two pieces of news came out, even the Buddhist and Taoist races gasped. They looked at the giggling demon king Chu Feng. He was actually so decisive and able to control the situation at the critical moment. They could naturally see that these two pieces of news would bring great potential benefits to the Earth. The people's hearts were in sync, and the ancient books were complete. Their glorious days were just around the corner. During the ancient war, there were indeed all kinds of ancient books that were lost outside. My race had purchased some of them at a high price. We are willing to offer 3 breathing techniques and 6 fifth scriptures. The undead silkworm race was the first to express their stance. Then, the group could no longer sit still and began to follow suit. In a short period of time, many of the lost secret arts of the ancient earth were gathered. My Taoist race is willing to offer 4 movement techniques and 12 saint-level combat techniques. Even the Taoist race had spoken, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They were willing to help Earth gather the ancient books of the past. My Buddhist race had once luckily obtained 3 types of sword formations. They are extremely powerful and can sweep through all saints. We are willing to return them all and also offer several techniques belonging to our race. The Buddhist race's display of goodwill moved everyone greatly. They were actually willing to give their own secret arts to the earth. This was selling a favor. Of course, people also knew that these secret arts that were given out would definitely be widely circulated and not exclusive. On Mount Kunlun, evolvers from various races had gathered together. Almost all of the top 10 had arrived. They presented various ancient books and records one after another, causing the outside world to gasp in admiration. The deity race and the corpse race braced themselves and expressed that they were willing to return the ancient books they had obtained in the past. However, the number of books they could return was limited. Last time, they had all been plundered by Chu Feng and the others. Chu Feng was very satisfied, but after listening to the end, he still frowned. In the end, there was no divine skill turning over the sky. He most wanted this ancient divine skill. He had already obtained the flying immortal spear and the robbery induction breathing technique. All he needed was the heaven-flipping seal. Fellow Taoist, the heaven-flipping seal should still be on Earth. A legendary elder from the Tao race informed him. The deity race and the corpse race promptly nodded. They expressed that their ancestors had penetrated Kunlun in the most crucial moment of their attack back then. They had drawn out the purgatory and scared everyone away, so they didn't have the time to plunder. This was indeed the truth. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any cave dwellings or ruins left on Earth. As for divine medicines and sacred trees, there wouldn't be a single one left. Earth's ancestors had suffered a crushing defeat. They were killed until their blood flowed like rivers and their corpses piled up like mountains. However, the outsiders had no time to clean up the battlefield. They had just snatched a portion of the fortunes when they were scared away. No matter. Although the innocuous divine physique is tough, and he destroyed his spiritual body, we still found some clues. Sooner or later, we'll find the energy pagoda he obtained. Yellow Cattle informed them in a low voice. The innocuous divine physique Zhou Shang had once obtained a mysterious energy pagoda, which contained the inheritance of the heaven-flipping seal. An important character from the top 10 demon race had appeared. It was a saint. Now that Earth had completely recovered and its spiritual energy was surging, the rules and order had gradually become complete. It no longer prevented people of this level from entering. The demon race was a general term that included many races. The demon race here referred to the combination of a dozen races on a grand planet ranked among the top 10. Among them were the white tiger, the Tao Tai, and the dragon sparrow. This race's saint had appeared and mentioned in public that he wanted to form a marriage alliance with Earth's lineage. The ideal person was Chu Feng, the vermilion bird fairy, the 4th most beautiful woman under the starry skies, has yet to find a Tao companion. I believe Divine King Chu has seen one before. Are you satisfied? The vermilion bird fairy and Yuan Yuan of the origin demon race were best friends. They had appeared together before and had come to Earth. She had also come into contact with Chu Feng in Damning Pure Land and the Foreign Land. Everyone revealed strange expressions after hearing this. Some old fellows wanted to curse. This demon saint was too shameless. He actually wanted to marry off his daughter. Moreover, he was too direct. Paisho demon saint, you're being too unkind. The undead silkworm race has already mentioned this matter. Our race's princess is also one of the top 10 beauties under the starry skies. Our race is currently discussing a marriage alliance with Divine King Chu Feng. Why are you interfering? Everything depends on fate. The vermilion bird fairy of the demon race has long been acquainted with Chu Feng. Paisho demon saint argued. In the end, the peacock race also joined in. To be precise, they were also part of the demon race, but because they weren't on the demon planet and had established their own sect, they weren't on the same path as the Paisho demon saint. The peacock race's princess Ji Xian had also arrived. Back then, she had come to Earth a long time ago. The race's elder had the intention of matchmaking her and Chu Feng. Everyone was dumbstruck. Was this going to become a marriage gathering? The Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform were allowed to enter Kunlun's territory. They immediately announced this news to the starry skies and caused heated discussions among various races. Not to mention the youngsters in the starry skies. Even Ouyang Feng on Mount Kunlun was resentful. He said that there were several heaven-warping geniuses on Earth, so why was Chu Feng the only one? Boundless deity. A famous guest from the Dao race immediately chanted his Dao name. With a solemn expression, he said, "My race has a mutant bird with some divine blood flowing in its body. It's the descendant of the Crane King in the past, and is a good match for you." Motherf asterisk her. Ouyang Feng was dumbfounded. He really wanted to beat someone up. Someone actually followed up on his words and wanted him to marry a bird. After that, he heard this elder from the Dao race speak of lotus flowers. He was about to faint from all the words he said. Ba, our race has a guardian Vajra who's a descendant of the black tortoise. He has rich divine blood and is a match made in heaven with you, said an elder from the Buddhist race. He was all smiles and had a benevolent expression on his face as he stared at Ouyang Feng's black tortoise shell. Ouyang Feng was dumbstruck. There was really someone who came for him, prepared to propose marriage and introduce him to a Dao companion. But he was indignant and unconvinced. It was fine if it was the Taoist, but at least he had hair. After all, the crane race was rich in beauties. But what was up with the Buddhist race? Not only was he going to introduce a black tortoise, but he was also a guardian Vajra with a big bald head. He wanted to marry him as his wife. Ouyang Feng almost stomped his feet. The Dao race and the Buddhist race were among the strongest races in the universe. After they spoke, many people naturally chimed in and expressed that this was a good match. Hee-haw, let's be together, let's be together. The old donkey raised his 4 black hooves to express his approval and jeered. The big black yak, the Manchurian tiger, Zhou Quan, and the others immediately laughed and jeered. F*CK, old donkey. Do you want to become donkey meat sauce? Ouyang Feng objected fiercely. He felt that it was unfair. Why were Chu Feng's Dao companions among the top 10 beauties? If he wasn't a birdman, then he was a female tortoise. He was unconvinced. However, almost everyone on Mount Kunlun agreed and persuaded him one after another. Even Chu Feng was nodding and the yellow cattle agreed. This made Ouyang Feng anxious, and he simply didn't want to live anymore. He felt that he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. Wait a minute, I'm not of age yet. I'm not even 3 years old. Ouyang Feng brought up this fact to inform them that he was still young and that they would discuss this matter later. I'll report him. He's an old demon that has survived since ancient times and is cultivated in the eggshell for many years. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful here? The big black yak exposed him. Report. The quasi-immortal race reports and requests to enter Earth. A little demon came in to report, and the envoys from each race immediately revealed strange expressions. That was because they later found out that the 3 ancient saints of the quasi-immortal race had watched without lifting a finger at the Great Abyss. They clearly understood that the relationship between the quasi-immortal race and Chu Feng had become subtle. This finally resolved Ouyang Feng's awkwardness. Otherwise, he would really be anxious. Please, Chu Feng said calmly. This time, the quasi-immortal race was personally led by an ancient saint. There were also a few quasi-saints and other important figures. In addition, there was also Ing Xiao and Ing Wudi. After they entered the main hall, the gazes of each race swept over in unison. The expression of the ancient saint woman from the quasi-immortal race immediately became rather unnatural. She was indeed incomparably regretful. The choice they made in the Battle of the Great Abyss now seemed to be too wrong. However, she also wanted to say that who knew that the primal chaos rift would close? Otherwise, this kind of choice wouldn't have been a problem. Now, she had personally come to Earth. This was to lower her head and ease her relationship with Chu Feng. At the same time, The quasi-mortal race had long since learned through the Black Blood platform that there were now several races that wanted to form a marriage alliance with Earth's lineage, so they were a little anxious. But they really couldn't bring themselves to let the quasi-immortal race compete. At the crucial moment, they still asking Xiao Xiao to step forward in hopes that she could complete her ice-breaking journey. Brother-in-law, the silver-haired little Lolita didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. After entering the main hall, she immediately leaped toward Chu Feng and hung onto his body like a koala bear. This moved many evolvers. This was a treatment that could only be obtained when their relationship was extremely good. Which child from the other races would dare to do this? Although Chu Feng didn't have a good impression of some people from the quasi-mortal race, he treated this silver-haired little Lolita differently. He had a smile on his face all along and was very fond of her. My race's old saint is here to propose marriage. He hopes that you and my sister can continue. The silver-haired little Lolita blinked her large eyes and directly stated her purpose of coming. There was an immediate uproar in the main hall. The evolvers from each race revealed peculiar expressions as they looked at the group from the quasi-mortal race one after another. This was really direct and realistic. Some were disdainful, some understood, some were cold, and some were just watching the show. They all had different expressions. The face of the old woman from the quasi-mortal race twitched. She had already instructed Xiao Xiao to be more tactful and discuss relevant matters with Chu Feng in private. But the result was such a scene. This ancient saint felt incomparably embarrassed, but she couldn't deny that her old face was boiling hot as she stood here. She had a good hand at the beginning, but in the end, it had been played out in this manner. Even she herself felt ashamed and resentful. She could feel the peculiar gazes of the people from each race, such as the Buddhist race, the Tao race, and the demon race. The powerful orthodoxies that were on equal footing with the quasi-mortal race had a different charm in the depths of their eyes. This made her old face increasingly hot. Extra, extra. The quasi-mortal race is regretting it. They want to continue marrying off their daughter and form a marriage alliance with Earth. The top 3 most powerful races in the universe have all knelt down. Earth's general trend has been formed. Great demon Chu Feng's might has shaken the universe and tasted the splendor of the world. Every race has come to Earth to have an audience. He's really going to rule the world. The news spread in the starry skies, and the quasi-mortal race felt increasingly uncomfortable. As for Chu Feng on Mount Kunlun, someone had already replied on his behalf before he could even speak. Beside Chu Feng, young lady, she was all smiles. She was exceptionally graceful, and her purple clothes fluttered in the wind like a quick-witted fairy. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, making her look rather mischievous. At the same time, there was a hint of mockery in her voice as she said, "Oh, this old saint has come to propose marriage. I remember that you guys were against it and didn't save him near the great abyss. Now that you've seen Chu Feng transcend, you're going back on your words. Do you guys think that Chu Feng's face is too cheap and that he can do whatever he wants?" These words were rather impolite, and the expression of the old woman from the quasi-mortal race immediately turned ashen. How many years had it been since someone dared to mock her like this? Who are you to dare speak without thinking here? How impudent. She emitted a wisp of pressure as she stared at young lady Shi. You're the impudent one. This is Earth, not your quasi-immortal race. Young lady, she was fearless. She raised her elegant hand, and a large umbrella emitting primal chaos pressed forward. You? The old woman from the quasi-mortal race was aghast. She felt as though her whole body was about to explode. She actually couldn't resist the heavenly umbrella suppression. Without a doubt, the heavenly umbrella's power was boundless and could kill saints. Back then, when Chu Feng and young lady Shi weren't considered powerful, they dared to use it to mount a sneak attack on saints like the Nine Sparrow and Yuan Chenkong. Its might was evident. This was a heavy weapon refined from an innate divine item. Harmony is the most important. Welcome to Kunlun, quasi-mortal race. Sit. Chu Feng spoke calmly. He told young lady Shi to stop and ordered someone to bring a chair for the old woman. Every race revealed strange expressions. Chu Feng was so steady. What he was considering wasn't just the issue of his own face, but also the dignity and interests of Earth. This was a little different from the style of the human traffickers and great demon Chu that they usually knew. At this time, a small demon came to report that the Shilin race, spirit race, machine race, and netherworld race were requesting an audience. This immediately caused a great commotion. Without a doubt, these races were afraid, extremely afraid. In order to prevent their own race from being destroyed, they all sent envoys to bow their heads and beg for forgiveness. On this day, every part of the universe was in heated discussion. Earth's rise was too glorious. Every race went to congratulate them. It made people sigh at the impermanence of the world. For Earth's lineage, the Golden Age has arrived. Their splendor has just begun. It's flourishing for a time. It's amazing. In the starry skies, everyone was talking about Kunlun. Every race had sent envoys, causing Earth's prestige to reach the peak. At the same time, in the primal chaos, Linoy was about to set out for the Yang realm. This village that had emerged from the chaos had overturned everything and changed the structure of the major powers. Of course, this village was also full of blood and had paid a great price. After all, this village in the primal chaos was no longer made up of the original geniuses, but only their descendants. The first generation had long since died of old age, and the descendants who grew up in this universe couldn't evolve as quickly as they did in the Yang realm. These people were indeed very strong. There were even divine-level experts. Chapter 9:13. At the edge of the broken chaos verse, a cold metallic ship silently sailed across. There were a few figures standing on the ship. They didn't move at all, as if they were statues, or as if they were ancient gods worshipped in temples. They had a dignified air about them, and they didn't say a single word. In the blink of an eye, the black gold ship sailed into the primal chaos. In this quiet land, angry waves surged. There was chaotic energy everywhere, and ordinary people would be crushed into a bloody pulp if they entered. The ship was the same from start to finish. It emitted a hazy light as it moved forward in a straight line. It was going to cross this place and enter the Een Realm universe. Boom! Suddenly, a rumble came from the sea of primal chaos. The sound of the explosion was enough to penetrate one's soul, especially when it was accompanied by the light of ascension. It was suffused with a terrifying pressure. That was the lightning of primal chaos. The explosion was especially violent, and the sound didn't stop. The area ahead was glaring and incomparably intense. The lightning surged like a vast ocean. Even the black gold ship was making a detour and didn't dare to approach. Even so, as long as they encountered this kind of terrifying lightning in the sea of primal chaos, even the electric arcs in the periphery, it would still be troublesome and a disaster. Lightning overflowed in all directions and interweaved in the primal chaos. This was destructive. It could hack saints into ashes and tear heaven illuminators apart. The black gold ship was worshipping a decree. At this moment, it blossomed with glaring golden symbols and emitted a large number of runes. They enveloped the entire ship and successfully blocked the corrosion of the electric arcs. Just like that, it crossed over. There were a total of 5 figures on the ship. They didn't move at all and didn't speak. They were like statues of gods and devils from ancient times. At the same time, there were a few ancient ships in the sea of primal chaos behind them. They were also moving forward with different decrees attached to them. Their target was the Een Realm universe. In reality, there was something even faster than them. In the land of the Een Realm universe, a huge glistening yellow gourd appeared in the primal chaos, emitting a gentle light. There were 4 people standing on it. They were all very divine and had outstanding temperaments. In addition, there were 2 dogs, one big and one small. One was golden and emitted a terrifying aura, while the other was pure black. Its fur was dense and shiny, and its eyes were very fierce. We're finally here. Even the sea of primal chaos in the Een realm is so terrifying. Even the celestial venerable's decree was burnt. One of them spoke. This was a male dressed in shining armor. There was a vertical eye between his brows. When it opened and closed, a golden beam of light shot out for several thousand li. On top of the glistening yellow gourd was a decree. It was slightly dim and the corners were burnt away. This was actually the decree of an Empyrean. If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. De Tengu, little De Tengu, do you smell any unique aura? Are there any remnant fluctuations of an Empyrean's laws? On the glistening yellow gourd, the male with a vertical eye between his brows asked. It really is a mass burial mound, a piece of underworld earth. As soon as I get close, I smell a foul stench that carries with it the aura of decay. However, I don't sense any so-called Empyrean law fluctuations, only dark and cold laws. That golden day Tenga spoke, feeling incomparable disdain. It really wanted to plug its nose. Not only did it use its sense of smell, it also used its innate divine technique to sense heaven and earth. In that ancient era, this was the place where Empyreans were buried. Then, it slowly became a cemetery. Energy flourished, causing some of the original natives to become neither human nor ghost. A woman spoke. What you said is all unofficial history. No one can prove it, but there are some bone books that have recorded it. This netherworld isn't simple. There was a period of time when a young realm was still able to open a path over. There were even Empyreans who fell in this cosmos, never to return, like stones sinking into the ocean. It's still better to be a bit more careful. The young realm and this place have been separated for endless years. Not many people know about this place, to the extent where many people aren't even sure if the so-called netherworld really exists. Soon after, these people all turn around. It was because there were other people from the Yang realm who drove warships with Empyrean decrees appearing from the sea of primal chaos and approaching this place. The small path between the primal chaos cracks was sealed. However, these waves of people all had Empyrean decrees, able to cross this place and enter the netherworld cosmos. The figures on the large lazarite ship still didn't move. They didn't greet these people when they saw them, instead just passing by. This was because they belonged to different inheritances. The founding ancestors of each sect were all Empyreans. Under normal circumstances, they would do their utmost to avoid colliding. Otherwise, that would be a conflict of doctrines and a war between sects. Everyone use your own methods to find the legendary artifact. Whoever finds it will obtain it. In the primal chaos, a large black wooden staff crossed over like the hull of a ship. There were also a few people on it. They were originally quiet, but at this moment, one of them spoke. Without a doubt, they were able to come over because there was a golden decree pasted on a large black wooden staff. And let's set the rules first. The few people on the lazarite ship who hadn't spoken before finally responded at this time from afar. Let's go. It's a bit inconceivable that the legendary item of our Yang realm might actually wander into this netherworld. Even though it's only a rumor, we can't not believe it. What if it's true? After that, this area became quiet. After each of them went on their way, they all made a move. For example, the glistening yellow gourd stopper opened and many figures rushed out from within, obeying the orders of the few people on the gourd. They weren't a lone army entering deep into the abyss. Instead, they brought along troops. Some came from the Yang realm, and some were subordinates subdued from the primal chaos universe. Earth, Mount Kunlun. All parties had come to offer their congratulations. This was a grand occasion that hadn't happened in many years in the starry skies. Chu Feng was very calm. He saw that the Shilin clan, machine race, and spirit race had also arrived, but he had no intention of killing them all. His eyes were deep as he looked down below. I have no intention of wiping out your race. But naturally, he wouldn't forget to ask for benefits. He told the machine race clearly that he needed space warships and all kinds of advanced technology. He also told the Shilin clan to bring back all the ancient books belonging to Earth as soon as possible. Naturally, he raised various requests for the spirit race and netherworld race. Although these races' hearts were bleeding, they all agreed in the end. No one refused. They were afraid that Chu Feng would take revenge on them and massacre them, just like their ancestors had massacred Earth. Mount Kunlun was very lively. A banquet was held, and Chu Feng and the others received all the guests. On that day, all kinds of ancient books and battleship technology arrived. At the same time, there were some treasures from the spirit race and netherworld race. Chu Feng flipped through all kinds of ancient books on Mount Kunlun. He studied all kinds of combat techniques and memorized them all. Immortal mist lingered in the air, and the pine trees swayed like a tsunami. The peaks were covered with orchids and spirit herbs, and the clouds were steaming. There were many jade tables, and the evolvers of various races were toasting and exchanging cups. The atmosphere was very lively. This humble Taoist has a feeling that the heavens and men are in harmony. I have a premonition that a golden era is coming. An old Taoist spoke with a face full of smiles. He was already tipsy. Many people cursed silently. The heaven illuminators of various races were most likely doomed and would never return from the chaotic universe. How could he have a nerve to say that a golden era was coming? Perhaps this was only a golden era belonging to Earth. Many people were dissatisfied, but they couldn't say much. This is Taoist Yun Tian. His divination is shocking. He isn't an ordinary person. He can predict the future and is known as a divine diviner. He's also at the quasi-saint realm. Someone cried out in surprise and revealed the old Taoist background. This shocked many people. It was obvious that Taoist Yin Tian had a great reputation in the cosmos. Many people hadn't seen him before, but they had long heard of his name and were very familiar with his deeds. It was reported that he was a distinguished guest of the 10 Greats. The powerful races all looked at him with special respect. So it turns out to be Taoist Yin Tian, a divine diviner of a generation. I hope the Taoist can bestow some guidance on deducing the general situation of the universe and reveal the future prospects for us. Sigh, the experts of various races are trapped in the outer realm and will never be able to return. It really makes the younger generation sad. Someone asked him to perform a divination. Sage Yun Tian, please bestow the heavenly secrets. A group of people asked. Even the black yak, yellow cattle, and the others were very curious. Chu Feng, who didn't participate in the banquet and was studying all kinds of ancient books by himself, was also alarmed. Yes, I've had a feeling recently that the golden era is coming. I haven't properly deduced it yet, so I'll do a careful divination today. At this point, Taoist Yin Tian took out the tortoise shell and calmed his mind. He offered sacrifices to the heavens and then began his divination. Moments later, Yin Tian coughed up blood and his face was pale. All the tortoise shells he had thrown on the ground were shattered and then burned to ashes, following which his jet black hair instantly turned snow white. His entire person seemed to have aged dozens of years and was unbearably old. He was a quasi-saint and had a long lifespan. At the very least, he could live for hundreds or thousands of years, but now he was directly entering his old age. It was shocking. Taoist, what's wrong? This divination seems to be extremely ominous. Someone asked. It's not just ominous. This is a heaven-splitting divination. Taoist Yin Tian coughed up a large mouthful of blood. What do you mean? Some people didn't understand. Even the heavens are splitting. There's nothing more ominous than this. What do you mean? The world will flow with rivers of blood, ghosts will weep, and gods will howl. The dark ages will come, and it will be incomparably tragic. This poor Taoist won't have long to live. Fine, I'll leave now. I'll prepare for my funeral. At this point, Taoist Yin Tian directly stood up and soared into the sky, rushing toward outer space. What did he mean? How could it be so terrifying? Everyone was dumbfounded. Wait, Taoist Yin Tian, please explain. Even the elders of the Tao race spoke up, asking him to explain in detail. There's nothing more to say. Darkness will envelop the earth, and blood will flow like rivers. This is all I can see. In addition, fellow Taoists here, you should all take care of yourselves. If you feel uneasy and your divine instincts have sensed it, you should first prepare for your funeral. This was Taoist Yun Tian's voice, transmitted from high up in the sky. This shocked many people. This divine diviner was coughing up blood incessantly and leaving in a hurry. This was truly strange and terrifying. I thought it would be a golden age, but I didn't expect it to be a reverse divination. There's never been such an ominous event before. I feel that even the heavens will weep. Not good. Is the heavens crying now? Taoist Yun Tian raised his head and discovered that above his head there was actually a rain of blood falling. It covered him and made him tremble in fear. In Kunlun, there was also a rain of blood falling sporadically. It was horrifying and everyone was dumbfounded. Divine King Chu, today's heaven and earth are abnormal. We'll take our leave first. Divine King Chu Feng, we'll return to our clan first. Farewell. Chapter 9:14. Heaven's Tears, or perhaps it could be said to be a phenomenon, ceased with Taoist Yun Tian's departure. Some people guessed that this might be related to Taoist Yun Tian. He had triggered a taboo and revealed heaven's secrets. The so-called heaven's tears and blood rain were targeted at him. In truth, some people had followed Taoist Yun Tian and discovered that this was indeed the case. Wherever he passed, a rain of blood would fall incessantly and cover his head. I was wrong. I made a huge mistake. Some people saw Taoist Yun Tian go crazy. He cried out continuously, his hair disheveled and his body covered in blood as he disappeared into the starry skies. Earth was completely at peace as the diplomatic corps from various races bid farewell and left. However, some people had just set off when people from damning Pure Land came to visit. Qin Luoyin had come with the little Taoist. At this time, Ouyang Feng eagerly appeared and expressed that he wanted to welcome his sister-in-law and nephew. In the end, he was kicked away by Chu Feng. What was he doing? The majestic Kunlun Mountain had completely recovered. It towered above the clouds and was covered in medicinal herbs. The clouds were rosy and the silver waterfall hung down. It was a delightful scene. The black yak, yellow cattle, and old donkey had come, but they only greeted the little Taoist and teased him affectionately. Then they left to give the family of three some private space. As for the unresigned Ouyang Feng, he was forcefully dragged away by a group of people. He had nowhere to put his evil tricks. Qin Luoyin was wearing a brightly colored dress. She was graceful and luxurious and dyed in a layer of divine splendor amidst the rosy clouds. Her pure white face was calm and peaceful. Her goddess style was reserved, but her charm was even greater than before. The little Taoist had changed. He became quiet and didn't speak much. His large eyes were like black gemstones as he looked at everything curiously, including when he stared at Chu Feng. Mystery in the womb. In the end, he couldn't avoid it. Even though he was born, he was still lost in the end. It was rumored that it would take 3 years for him to temporarily forget the past. The current him could be considered more normal and more like a child. He wasn't as monstrous as before. Under Qin Luoyin's indication, the little Taoist called Chu Feng father in a sweet voice. His face was pure and brilliant. He was beautiful, exquisite, and lovable. His kind of innocent smile could move people's hearts. Chu Feng's heart was touched, and he hugged him, feeling that he was more like a normal child. He turned into a loving father and hugged him. After that, Chu Feng brought Qin Luoyin and the little Taoist to sit on the green bamboo raft. They traversed across the sky and toured the famous mountains and great rivers, as well as the beautiful scenery of Earth. Now that Earth had fully recovered, there were countless beautiful sceneries. Mount Longhu with soaring dragons and roaring tigers, Mount Lu with its towering waterfall, and the boundless Yunmeng Marsh. This is the Yangtze River, a sleeping dragon. Chu Feng chuckled as he carried the little Taoist. He introduced the beautiful scenery to the mother and son along the way and pointed out the country. The Yangtze River was green and wide. It was many times more majestic than before. After the great changes in the landscape, it stretched for over 100,000 li, the Yangtze River. Chu Wuhan stretched out his little hands and spoke in a tender voice as if he was learning how to speak. His eyes were full of curiosity as he looked at the surging river. His little face was flushed, and he was very excited. They sat on the green bamboo raft and followed the current all the way until they entered the sea. Of course, they would directly cross the void when they encountered scenery they didn't like along the way, so they didn't spend too much time. In the Eastern Sea, the people from the three immortal islands of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou were terrified. They were so scared that their faces turned pale when they found out that Chu Feng had entered the sea and was rushing toward the Eastern Sea. In reality, Chu Feng had come for the three islands, and his first stop was Penglai. "Greetings, divine King Chu." After landing on the island, Chu Feng saw the people kneeling on the ground. His expression was cold as he gazed at them quietly. "In the past, we were blind and blinded by Lord. We deserve to die 10,000 times for our sins. But on account of the fact that our ancestors pledged their lives to follow you and 90% of them died in battle during ancient times, please give us a way out." A group of elders on Penglai Island knelt on the ground and kowtowed with all their might. Their foreheads were covered in blood, and even white bones could be seen. After a moment of silence, Chu Feng really couldn't do it. He thought about how these people's ancestors were indeed very loyal. Some died, some were injured, and most of them died in the final battle of ancient times. He let out a sigh. "You're on your own." After saying this, Chu Feng moved forward on the island. He rushed straight toward the forbidden area of Penglai Island to see the inheritance there. The group of people in charge of Penglai Island were deeply grateful, as if they had been pardoned. They led the way in front. Chu Feng delayed here for a while and left after memorizing all the scriptures. Afterward, he went to Fangzhong Island and met a few acquaintances who were also kneeling there. Chu Feng also pardoned them and let them rise. Princess Qing Qi was ashamed and lowered her head in silence. Back then, Fangzhong Island had contacted Chu Feng in private and asked him to participate in the son-in-law selection. However, it was decided beforehand that someone from the deity race would be chosen as the son-in-law. In the end, that person's identity surfaced. He was only a subordinate of the deity race, a servant. This had stunned everyone on Fangzhong Island. Now, looking back, Chu Feng had almost annihilated the entire deity race. This made everyone on the island feel too ashamed to show their faces. Chu Feng didn't mind. He wandered around the island with his wife and children for an hour and flipped through all the ancient books. Then, he floated away and made a trip to Immortal Abode Island. In the Eastern Sea, the dragoness appeared to entertain the family of three. Afterward, Chu Feng and the others went south and arrived at the Southern Sea. In this sea region, dozens of black flood serpents were terrified. In the end, the Southern Sea Elder Dragon King, a 1,000-year-old black flood serpent, broke through the waves and worshipped Chu Feng continuously, begging him to let the Southern Sea Dragon race off. In truth, Chu Feng didn't want to kill him at all. Back then, he had killed the Black Dragon Crown Prince on Mount Sanqing and obtained many benefits. Even though the Southern Sea Dragon race came to find trouble with him, he didn't suffer any losses. "Is the dragonization fruit ripe?" asked Chu Feng. He could see that the old flood serpent had already changed and was becoming more and more like a flood serpent instead of a snake. "It's ripe," the Southern Sea Elder Dragon replied fearfully and hurriedly ordered people to pick the fruit. In the end, Chu Wuhan ate a golden, translucent fruit. His mouth was full of juice as the family of three left. Don't forget to send some to the Eastern Sea for the dragoness every time the dragonization fruit ripens. Chu Feng's voice came from afar. "As you command." The Southern Sea Dragon race respectfully sent him off. In truth, Chu Feng didn't go far. Instead, he went deep into the ocean to look at the Rubik's Cube that had caused the marine race's strength to soar. It was a crystalline metal object. In the past, It had fallen from outer space and smashed into the seabed. Within the Rubik's Cube, there was a woman sleeping, dead. Chu Feng was deeply surprised. Many Marine race members had gathered here and were trembling with fear as they told him that this woman had died half a year ago. Within the crystalline Rubik's Cube, the originally peerless beauty had already turned into a snow-white skeleton. In truth, the Marine race had guessed that she might not be alive at all. Her previous inheritance might have been the result of a remnant soul. They wanted to open the Rubik's Cube, but they all failed. Gotcha! Chu Feng had used the violet gold bamboo to split open the Rubik's Cube. From this, one could see just how sturdy it was. In the end, the yang energy was so rich that it caused the entire sea region to boil and the Marine race to flee in all directions. Chu Feng lowered his head and frowned. He stood there for a long while before burying the Rubik's Cube and the woman's skeleton at the bottom of the sea. After returning to the surface of the sea, Qin Luoyin whispered to Chu Feng, "I came here to remind you that Taoist Yun Tian's divination is divine. I'm afraid you'll overlook what he said." Chu Feng was startled after hearing this. Then, he looked at her with a gentle gaze. Apparently, she was paying attention to Mount Kunlun and everything about him. Taoist Yun Tian had just divined the heavenly secrets when she immediately opened a super wormhole and came over. Chu Feng said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This planet is already recovered, and I feel that I've completed some missions. I'm about to retire. At the same time, I want to tell you to stay away from trouble and retreat to a deserted place to cultivate. I'll come find you later." Qin Luoyin said calmly, "Yes, it's good that you know how to be on guard. The damning Pure Land has a way out and a place to live in seclusion. The elders have already made their plans, so I'll go back first. The elders have summoned me to discuss something with them." Chu Feng nodded and didn't urge her to stay. He sent her on her way and told her to look for the mother and son once he was done with the matters on Earth. In reality, he felt that the damning Pure Land was relatively safe and that it was the most dangerous for her to stay by his side. He personally sent her to outer space and only felt relieved after seeing them enter the super wormhole. Looking at her figure with fluttering sleeves and her young son, Chu Feng's heart was incomparably peaceful. For a moment, he really wanted to retire and stay away from disputes so that he would no longer be stained with blood. He only came back to his senses after a long while. This place had long since become silent. Then, he returned to Earth and immediately summoned the Black Yak, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and a group of great demons. Chu Feng's expression was solemn as he said, "It seems like the feeling Yao Yao had before she left wasn't just for show. That kind of divination from that old Taoist is very unusual. We'll leave Earth immediately and go into seclusion. No matter what happens in the outside world, don't show your face for the time being. Earth has just recovered. What a great sense of accomplishment. In the end, we have to leave now. What a pity." The Black Yak sighed. However, he also knew that this matter was of great importance. Without any hesitation, he agreed with Chu Feng's suggestion and made a prompt decision. After everyone discussed in secret, they made all sorts of arrangements and retreated that day. "We can't use the Wormhole Express Company's road to seclusion this time." "Yes, but we still need to use it now. Go and pick them up." Some of the great demons of Kunlun hadn't returned and were still in the outer realm, including Chu Feng's parents. Yao Yao had suggested it last time, and they were already on guard. "Let's go and meet up with them. Then, we'll use Young Lady, she's Yang Realm spaceship, to travel through the void and find a secret place." That day, Chu Feng picked up his parents and the other great demons of Kunlun. In addition, there were Lu Tong, the dragoness, the clairvoyant, Yi Qingru, and the others on the spaceship. They continuously traveled through the starry skies and confirmed that no one was following them. In the end, they chose a savage, vital planet to temporarily reside and hide. Counting the time, more than a day had already passed. Chu Feng asked Young Lady she to send him far away from this star domain. Then, he contacted the Wormhole Express Company. But this time, he suddenly received a message from Qin Luoyin. My child and I are very safe. We've retreated to a secret planet controlled by damning Pure Land. Don't worry. Before long, Chu Feng still hadn't replied when he received another message. Damning Pure Land is being attacked, but I'm very safe. No matter what happens, don't believe it. Hide yourself and pay attention to your safety. Chu Feng's heart immediately sank. Thump. What happened? Don't expose your whereabouts. Don't contact me anymore. Take care. Another message from Qin Luoyin appeared, and it was also the last one. Then, Chu Feng received a message from an old monster from damning Pure Land. He was incomparably anxious and fearful. Chu Feng, come quickly. Save Luoyin. Save your child. In a split second, Chu Feng's scalp was about to explode. Almost in an instant, the densely packed messages asking for help from damning Pure Land exploded and gushed out unceasingly. At the same time, shocking news came from the starry skies. Damning Pure Land had been breached and blood flowed like a river. Some people said that all those above the Golden Arhut realm were killed. Saintess Qin Luoyin had also died in battle a moment ago. In a split second, Chu Feng immediately understood that something big had happened to damning Pure Land. Qin Luoyin might be in danger. Did she say that and leave that message because she didn't want him to take the risk? Chapter 9:15. Chu Feng felt a hot current rush into every inch of his flesh and blood. It rushed up to his head and made him tremble with nervousness and anger. Chu Feng, don't be agitated. This might be a trap. Someone is waiting for you to go over and ambush you. She contacted him immediately, afraid that he would walk right into the trap. She hadn't even gone far when she saw the explosion in the starry sky. I'm not on my way yet. Lend me your heavenly umbrella. Chu Feng grinded his teeth. His murderous intent surged through the starry sky, and he wanted nothing more than to kill his way to damning Pure Land. That was because he knew something must have happened to them. Otherwise, how could such news have spread? At the same time, his heart was palpitating. He had a bad premonition after hearing the words of Qin Luoyin and the old monster from damning Pure Land. At this moment, his heart was filled with anxiety, vexation, and anger. Buzz! A flying saucer descended almost immediately. The heavenly umbrella spun around with chaotic energy and landed in his hands. Wormhole! Chu Feng roared. He immediately contacted them with his photon computer to kill his way to the other side of the starry sky. You really can't go like this. What if it's a trap? Aren't we just waiting for you? She dissuaded him. However, the super wormhole had already opened. The Skypass Corporation's reaction was too fast, and they immediately built a passage for Chu Feng. I'll regret it for the rest of my life if I don't go. I'll regret it for a while if I get tricked. Chu Feng rushed into the wormhole and killed his way to damning Pure Land. I'll go call Old Black and the others. She shouted. Don't. Chu Feng didn't stop. He sped up and went far away, but his spiritual fluctuations were intense and solemn. I have the heavenly umbrella and can even kill saints. I'm innately invincible unless a heaven illuminator comes. But if such a character comes, even Old Black and the others with the demonic ancestral cauldron won't be able to help. Chu Feng warned them not to follow. Moreover, although he was filled with rage, he did not lose his cool. He could not rush to his death, and he could not let the enemy do as they wished. Almost instantly, Chu Feng passed through the wormhole and appeared in the outer space of the big dream planet. In a flash, he disappeared. He used the ultimate body movement to dive to the planet's surface and hid his tracks very carefully. At the same time, he turned on the photon computer again to look at the relevant information. He wanted to know the latest situation and what exactly was going on. At this time, the starry sky was boiling. Whether it was the Black Blood platform or the Restoration Beast platform, a large number of photos and even short videos were posted. There were people from damning Pure Land asking for help, and there are also disciples broadcasting the disaster at the scene and leaving behind their last words. This information was too bloody. At this moment, the entire starry sky was shaken, and many people began to tremble. This was the Damung Pure Land, the inheritance of a super-evolved civilization that was close to the top 10. In the end, they actually encountered such a tragedy. Someone had come knocking on their door to massacre them, killing all who resisted along the way. After seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes turned red. The mountain gate had collapsed, and the Pure Land was stained with blood. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere, and many people had died. They were all familiar people whom he had seen before. There were old monsters of the Golden Body realm from the sect, as well as elite disciples of the younger generation. The Pure Land was littered with corpses along the way. This was recorded by someone who had risked his life. It was transmitted to the starry sky, and the whole world could see it. Naturally, it caused a monstrous uproar. Everyone wanted to know who had done this. It was too cruel and too terrifying. They had destroyed everything along the way, and this was a true bloodbath in the Damung Pure Land. Even if Chu Feng's killing intent was overflowing and his blood was boiling, he was still forcefully restraining himself. He did not erupt with the energy fluctuations he should have in advance. He was approaching the Damning Pure Land with extreme speed. At this moment, in the starry sky, both the Origin Beast platform and the Black Blood platform had captured some of the following scenes. The Damning Pure Land had already been bloodied, and the two great platforms had thrown caution to the wind. They no longer had any misgivings as they mobilized one heaven's eye after another to capture everything on the ground. Everyone saw that this was a small group of people. There really weren't many people, and there were actually less than 10 of them, yet they had destroyed the Damung Pure Land and caused the people here to be plunged into misery and suffering. The direct descendants, the inner sect, and the outer sect added up to more than 100,000 disciples. Now, there were corpses cut in half along the way, and there were also heads and other scarlet spots. There were countless corpses, and many people died with remaining grievances. This was too tragic. A dignified orthodoxy that had been passed down for more than 1,000,000 years was going to be completely annihilated by someone. Even if it was during an extraordinary period, during the void period when there were no heaven illuminators overseeing the place, they still lacked the foundation of a saint. However, being massacred like this still shocked every part of the starry sky. This was a gargantuan storm, a world-shocking thunder, and it made every race's hair stand on end. Why on earth? Who had done such a bloody thing? It was too ruthless. Everyone says that Chu Feng is a great demon, but he didn't even kill off his old enemies, the deity race and the Shilin clan that had destroyed the earth. He didn't even let the masses off. This team of less than 10 people was annihilated just like that. His evil spirit is too heavy. At this moment, people discovered in horror that there was a woman smiling at the camera. She was very beautiful and could be considered enchanting, but she was also very frightening. She wore a bewitching red battle robe, and her hands were actually stained with blood. She didn't wash them, nor did she wipe them. In addition, there were a few streaks of blood on her face, and she was filled with an indescribable wildness and malice. Just who are you people? Why do you want to annihilate my damning Pure Land? In the depths of the Pure Land, 2 of the 3 saints had already died miserably. One didn't even have a corpse left, and the other's head had disappeared. Even his soul light had been annihilated. There was still the last old saint left, but he had already been cut in half at the waist. His spiritual energy was weak, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to make it. Oh, do you think we have enmity? Do you think we'll trigger a killing trap with you guys as the focal point, and then ambush everyone to draw out an even bigger trap? You're thinking too much. We've come here today purely to annihilate you and take away your clan's breathing technique. Finally, someone spoke. The spiritual waves emitted by a man were very powerful, and it shook the nearby mountains until they cracked. Mountain rocks tumbled, and many spirit grasses were crushed. In the depths of the distant universe, a few men and women stood side by side on a glistening yellow gourd and were also conversing. It's very unexpected and pleasantly surprising. This universe has some ancient and astonishing breathing technique fragments from the Yang realm. If it was only our group that came, we could just massacre everyone and take them away. Unfortunately, it's not just our sect's disciples. If we were to annihilate the Buddhist race and the Tao race, I reckon the Yang Realm's Tao race and Buddhist race wouldn't turn a blind eye. Yes, fortunately, we were the first to discover damning Pure Land. Now, our subordinates have already succeeded. This is the highest inheritance of an extremely glorious sect in the Yang Realm in the past. It was destroyed in a certain historical period, so we don't have to worry about provoking any karma. Even though it's an incomplete technique here, it still has extremely high research value. Yes, it's really unexpected. There's actually these pearls in a graveyard with a thick, rotting smell. Let's try our best to pick up a few. Without a doubt, this was the source of the calamity in Damung Pure Land. If the people of Een Realm found out, they wouldn't know whether they should be angry or sorrowful. Oh, the people subdued from the primal chaos universe are still very useful. I didn't think we'd finish the mission so quickly. Day Tengu, shouting, search the starry sky carefully and see if there are any clues about the object from the Yang Realm we really want. On the yellow-skinned gourd, the 4 men and women were very calm as they ordered the 2 divine hounds to start moving. They can't even withstand a single blow. What's the use of this kind of orthodoxy and this kind of breathing technique? In Damung Pure Land, the beautiful woman in red battle clothes mumbled softly, "Don't talk too much. Since there are orders from above, we'll just do it. If we perform well, we could go to the Yang Realm," said a middle-aged man. He was surging with killing intent because he was the one who killed the 2 saints. Chu Feng had arrived and rushed into Damung Pure Land. His hair was shining as if it was burning, and his eyes were wide open in anger. Everywhere he passed, he saw blood and countless corpses. It was too bitter. Even though he had experienced many battles, he had never personally massacred people like this. In his memory, it was only when he saw the heavenly knights on the moon hunting down the women, children, and the old and weak on earth that it was so bloody and bitter. Yes, we come from the primal chaos universe and are looking for ancient books for some big shots. We've taken a fancy to your Damung Pure Lands technique. That's all. Today, we'll take it away, said a purple-haired youth as he looked down at the old saint who had fallen to the ground. The old man had been cut in half at the waist and couldn't get up. He struggled a few times, but couldn't get up. His life force was declining, and there was an extremely terrifying energy wreaking havoc in his body, destroying his vitality and suppressing his energy. He knew he was going to die, but he couldn't accept it. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was angered by the purple-haired youth. What kind of reason was this? Damning Pure Land was insignificant in their eyes. Was it going to be destroyed just because of this? Should the deities be destroyed just because they were bullied and humiliated? The purple-haired youth said indifferently. In addition, I came here because of a personal grudge. My good friend, Luo Yong, one of the 9 small saints of the primal chaos universe, died here. So, we can only slaughter your clan and offer sacrifices to him. We'll bury your entire orthodoxy. He spoke rather casually, as if he didn't take it seriously. His eyes were full of ruthlessness and indifference, as if he was talking to a scarecrow. You? The old saint of the Damning Pure Land was so angry that he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Yes, I'm the small saint of the primal chaos universe, Wu Qingtian. I didn't kill 10,000 of your Damning Pure Land disciples, but I killed more than 8,000. Go down and tell them that I was the one who killed them. The purple-haired youth, Wu Qingtian, added indifferently. At this time, the young lady in red battle clothes licked her red lips and said, Brother Luo Yong, rest in peace. I've avenged you. I originally admired you, and I also know your feelings for me. Today, I'll wash everyone here with blood for you. She was smiling. It was very sexy, but it made people's hair stand on end. Wu Qingtian opened his mouth again and said, Oh right, Chu Feng, did you see the massacre under the starry sky? I want to kill your wife Qin Luoyin and exterminate your son. Do you have any objections? Yes, This isn't a plot against you. It's purely to kill them. What do you think after seeing it? Are you angry? But you can't change anything. If you dare come over, I'll kill you too. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.